CRR. CRR will be shown under reserves and surplus. Sir, CRR, how much amount we transferred to CRR? 10 lakhs. How much amount we have utilized for issue of fully paid bonus shares? 7.5 lakhs, 7 lakh 50. So the balance in CRR, 2 lakh 50,000. So the total of reserves and surplus 1 lakh plus 2 lakh, 27 lakh. So write down against that 27 lakhs 10,000. So the next one, non-current liabilities. Non-current liabilities. Sir, under the head non-current liabilities, we have long-term borrowings. Sir, in this we have non-current liabilities, long-term borrowings. Sir, already in the given balance sheet, is there any debentures information, sir? And is there any one more loan amount is also there? Yes, sir. Okay. So therefore, we need to give a notes to accounts to this transaction also. Sir, now tell me, sir. Sir, roughly tell me, already existing debentures in balance sheet? 12 lakh? 10% debentures or 12% debentures? 12% debentures. Sir, in addition to that, our company issued 14% debentures. How much? 3,000 into 100. The nominal value 3 lakhs. How much amount we collected? 3 lakhs 60 we have collected. But of which nominal value of debentures issued is only 3 lakhs, right? And some loan amount is also there. How much is the loan amount? Loan is there or not there? So there is no loan, right? So leave it. So total debentures value, Shura, 15 lakh 50. Long-term borrowings, 15 lakh 50,000. Sir, what is the next one, Andy? Current liabilities. Sir, what are the items given under this head, Andy? Only current liabilities. Okay. Current liabilities and provisions. Okay. Okay. How much, sir? 5 lakh? Sir, there is no change in this category, sir. Current liabilities. 5 lakhs 50. Now tell me the total of these. 1 crore 5 lakh. So liability is completed, sir. Assets. What is the next one? Assets. And non-current assets. Assets, non-current assets. Then PPE. Sir, what are the PPE means tangible fixed assets? Tell me what are they one by one. Only one item. Heading is also PPE. Sir, no adjustment is there. So tell me how much is the value? 1 crore 75,000. Okay. Is there any intangible asset, Andy? No. Then current assets. Sir, investments given in under the head current assets, sir. Okay, therefore we need to treat it as a current asset. So now the heading is current assets. Sir, what are the items in this category, sir? investment. Sir, actually the cost of investment is 2,50,000, sir. Only 2 lakhs. And out of this 2 lakhs investment, we have sold 3 lakhs and we have sold 1 lakh rupees cost of investment. So the remaining investments are 2 lakhs. What is the next item under this head and inventory? Is there any change in this asset, Andy? No. So you can take the same value. How much is that? 2 lakhs. Next one. Cash and cash equivalent. Sir, to which it is better to give a note, sir. Fourth point. Better to give a note. Sir, now tell me the bank balance as per the given balance sheet, how much? 15 lakhs, 75,000 plus proceeds from issue of debentures, 3 lakhs 60 plus proceeds from issue of preference shares, 2 lakhs 50, and from sale of investment, how much amount received? And 1 lakh 50, and the total amount paid on buyback. Total amount paid on buyback 22 lakh 50,000. Okay, na? Then tell me finally how much is the 85,000. 85,000 is the cash and cash equivalent. 85,000. Okay. Now do total. 1 crore 5 lakhs 60,000. Okay. Sir, now we need to give the notes to accounts in detail, sir. Notes to accounts. Notes to accounts. Note number 1. Note number 1. Share capital. First one. Equity share capital. Sir, total equity share capital 45 lakhs. Total equity share capital 45 lakhs. Sir, how many number of equity shares, Andy? 2 lakhs 25,000. Sir, give details, Andy, in brackets. 2 lakhs 25,000 equity shares of rupees 20 each. 2 lakhs 25,000 equity shares of rupees 20 each. Then preference share capital. Sir, existing preference shares per rate of dividend. New debentures also 10%, na? Okay, then 10%. 10% preference share capital. Sir, how much is that value? 12 lakh 50,000. 12 lakh 50,000 in brackets 12,500 preference shares of rupees 100 each. So total capital value 57 lakhs 50,000. Sir, this is notes number 1. Sir, note number 2. Note number 2. Reserves and surplus. Reserves and surplus. Sir, what is the first information they have given in the reserves and surplus, sir? Capital reserve, write down. How much is the value? 1 lakh. What is the next one? Securities premium. Securities premium originally 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs plus plus debentures issued at a premium. $60,000 minus premium on buyback. Premium on buyback value 10 lakhs minus utilized for nominal value of buyback. Utilized for nominal value of buyback. Amount 2,60,000. Finally, the balance in securities premium nil. Okay, then what is the next one, sir? Revenue reserve 5 lakhs minus transfer to CRR. Amount how much? The remaining amount 2 lakhs. The next one, fourth point, profit and loss account. Profit and loss given in balance sheet. Tell me how much? 20 lakhs plus profit from sale of investment. Amount how much? 50,000. Then how much amount transferred to CRR? Minus transfer to CRR 4 lakhs 40,000. 4,40,000. How much? 16 lakhs. 16 lakh? 16 lakhs 10,000. Okay. Then we have one more item andi. Fifth one, CRR, dividend equalization fund. Dividend equalization fund. Sir, nothing is used this fund, sir. 5 lakh 50,000. Then CRR. CRR value how much? 10 lakhs minus utilized for issue of fully paid bonus shares. Utilized for issue of fully paid bonus shares. Amount how much? 7 lakh 50. Then 2 lakh 50. Sir, in main examinations also you have to present like this. This is as per ICAI. I am giving all these answers as per ICAI presentation, sir. So in main examinations also you need to give all these details like this. Don't follow any shortcut methods. Then clear. So total 27 lakh 10,000. Sir, note number 2 over. Next, note number 3. Long term borrowings. Sir, in this already we have debentures in the given balance sheet. So the rate of those debentures, so 12% debentures. Amount 12 lakh 50,000. Next, 14% debentures. 3 lakhs. So total 15 lakhs 50,000. Okay, na sir? Right. Sir, 12% debentures face value given or not given, sir? Okay, leave it. Okay, completed. Okay, sir. So we have one more, that is note number 4. It is better to prepare a bank account, sir. Cash and cash equivalent. Sir, they have already there is a opening balance, that is to balance B by D. How much is that the bank balance as per given balance sheet? 15 lakh 75,000. And then to 14% debentures 3 lakhs. To securities premium account 60,000. Sir, what is the entry? Bank account debit 3 lakh 60 to 14% debentures account 3 lakhs to securities premium account. Okay. Then the next entry, bank account debit to 10% preference share capital amount 2 lakh 50,000. The next one, bank account debit to investment account 1 lakh to P&L account 50,000. Then equity share buyback to bank in bank account by equity share buyback amount how much? 50,000. Now balance this account. Next, by balance C by D, how much is the remaining balance? 85,000. So by balance C by D, so debit side to balance B by D, amount how much? 85,000. Okay na?
Next, write down exemption under section 54F. Do you remember section 54? Chinmay, what's going on? You are not Chinmay, you are Big Mai. Exemption under section 54F. Do you remember section 54? Exemption under section 54. What is the combination? Residential house property to residential house property. Correct? Under section 54F, combination is any capital asset other than residential house property to residential house property. That means if you transfer any capital asset other than residential house property, whatever the capital gains are there, if you invest those capital gains in residential house property, then that amount is eligible for exemption under section 54F. Let's say I sold gold. On sale of gold, capital gains will come, right? If those capital gains I reinvest in residential house property, then that amount is eligible for exemption. Land is there. Can you call land as residential house property? No. On sale of land, whatever the capital gains are there, if those capital gains are reinvested in residential house property, then that reinvestment you can claim as exemption under section 54F. Is it clear? Next. You are selling one big painting. On sale of painting, capital gains will arise. If painting amount is reinvested in residential house property, then that reinvestment is allowed as exemption under section 54F. That is the combination. See, majority of the points under section 54F are same as points under section 54 only. What are all the same points are there that I will write with one color, and what are all the different points are there that I will write with different color. Okay, first point, who is eligible SSC under section 54? Even under section 54F also eligible SSC is individual or HUF. Eligible SSC, individual or HUF. Next. What is nature of capital asset to be transferred under section 54? Nature of capital asset to be transferred is long-term capital asset. On transfer of long-term capital asset, you need to calculate exemption under section 54. Nature of capital asset to be transferred is long-term capital asset. Next, point 3. Capital asset to be transferred. Okay, the different point. I mean, when compared with section 54. What is capital asset to be transferred under section 54F? Capital asset to be transferred is any capital asset other than residential house property. Correct? Any capital asset other than residential house property. Where reinvestment should be made? Reinvestment should be made in purchase or construction of new residential house property in India. See, I purchased a new house in Canada. Whether that investment can I claim as exemption under section 54F? No. Only if I do reinvestment in India, then only that amount is eligible for exemption under section 54F. Next, time limit for reinvestment. What is time limit for reinvestment under section 54? Time limit for reinvestment is, yeah, if you want to purchase within 2 years from the date of transfer. If you want to construct new residential house property within 3 years from the date of transfer. You can purchase new house property within 1 year before the date of transfer also. So time limit for reinvestment same as section 54. Don't write same as section 54. I made you write in 54, right? Write down it. నువ్వు సేమ్ యాజ్ సెక్షన్ 54 అని రాసావు కదా, ఇది బుక్ ఇటీ వైపు చూస్తావేంట్రా? సరే, యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ సేమ్ యాజ్ సెక్షన్ 54 అని రాసాడు. 54 ఏంటి? 54 ఏంటి? సెక్షన్ 54 ఏంటి? వాట్ సెక్షన్ 54 సేస్? లాంగ్ టర్మ్ క్యాపిటల్ గెయిన్ అయితే ఎలా పాస్ అవుతారు? See, in section 54 I have given time limits, right? From date of transfer within 2 years new house property is to be purchased, within 3 years new house property is to be constructed, or within 1 year before the date of transfer also new house property is to be purchased. Do you remember? Write down. Shall I explain next point? Everybody, amount required to be reinvested. What is amount required to be reinvested under section 54? Gross capital gain, right? Here it will change. Amount required to be reinvested is not gross capital gain, it is net consideration. Amount required to be reinvested is net consideration. Amount required to be reinvested is net consideration. Next, amount of exemption. Exemption will be calculated in 2 steps. Step 1, exemption will be calculated in how many steps? 2 steps. Step 1, amount reinvested. Actually, there is amendment in Finance Act 2023. Earlier, we used to calculate exemption in a different way. In Finance Act 2023, there was an amendment. So, focus on this carefully. Amount reinvested or 10 crores, whichever is lower. Step 2, exemption under section 54 is equal to gross capital gain into gross capital gain into step 1 divided by net consideration. Gross capital gain into step 1 divided by net consideration. In recent amendments material, we also gave one example for your better understanding. I will show it to you. గూగుల్ సైన్ ఇన్. పాస్వర్డ్ అడుగుతుంది. క్రోమ్లోనా? క్రోమ్లో ఓపెన్ చేయాలా? డౌన్లోడ్ ఆప్షన్ ఇది. This is the example. I request everyone to quickly note down these 3 steps: net consideration, long-term capital gain, and reinvestment. Using this, we will calculate exemption under section 54F. అర్థం కాలే? Have you written? రాయండి. 3 కాలంలో రాయడానికి ఎంతసేపు చెక్కుతున్నారు ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళు. ఏం చిన్మయ్, ఎంతసేపు రాస్తావు? ఈడేమో పెన్ లేదు ఇంకైపోయింది అంటాడు. అది కూడా రాయట్లేదే. ఇన్ని పెందాల. ఏంటి చాలా రోజుల తర్వాత కనిపిస్తున్నారు? హెల్త్ బాగాలేదా? ఈ మధ్యలో వాటర్ తాగను. రాసావు నరీన్? జాగ్రత్తగా నువ్వు, ఇవాళ ఈవినింగ్ ఎగ్జామ్లో వస్తుంది. దైవే ఇచ్చా అంటావా? Shall we do quickly? దీని మీద ప్రాబ్లం కూడా ఒకటి చేయాలి మీరు త్వరగా. సో కేస్ 1 సాల్వ్ చేద్దాం. ఇంగ్లీష్ కదా, లెట్ us డూ కేస్ 1. ఏం చేద్దాం, నాకు కొన్ని బ్యాచ్ల్లోనేమో 100% ఇంగ్లీష్, కొన్ని బ్యాచెస్లోనేమో మిక్స్డ్. మీది ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్ అని ఉంటుంది సిఏ ఇంటర్, అది ఈ 2 బ్యాచెస్లో 100% ఇంగ్లీష్, రిమైనింగ్ బ్యాచెస్లో టింగ్లీష్ అంటే తెలుగు అండ్ ఇంగ్లీష్ అని మిక్స్. So case 1, in case 1, tell me step 1 amount reinvested or 10 crores whichever is lower. In case 1, how much is amount reinvested? 12 crores, right? 12 crores or 10 crores, whichever is lower means 10 crores. Step 2, exemption is equal to gross capital gain into step 1 divided by net consideration. How much is gross capital gain? It is given, right? Gross capital gain 7.5 crores. 7.5 crores into 10 crores divided by how much is net consideration? 15 crores. How much? Exemption is 5 crores. Correct? Now, shall we do second one? In second case, how much is reinvestment? 15 crores or 10 crores, whichever is lower means 10 crores. How much is gross capital gain and net consideration? Gross capital gain is 12 crores into 10 crores divided by 20 crores. Yeah. Then exemption is equal to 6 crores. Did you understand? Case 2. అర్థమవుతుందేమి నువ్వే బ్లూ షర్ట్ అర్థమవుతుందా? సో ఇన్ కేస్ 3, స్టెప్ 1, అమౌంట్ రీఇన్వెస్టెడ్ ఆర్ 10 crores విచ్ ఎవర్ ఈస్ లోయర్. హౌ మచ్ ఈజ్ అమౌంట్ రీఇన్వెస్టెడ్? 8 crores. 8 crores or 10 crores which ever is lower means 8 crores. Now step 2, gross capital gain into step 1 divided by net consideration. How much is gross capital gain? Into step 1 is 8 crores, right? 8 crores divided by net consideration 6 crores. We do for case 4. Shall we do for case 4? Everybody, నీకు అర్థమవుతుందా? నువ్వు కదా, నీ వెనకాల మోడల్ వైట్ షర్ట్ వేసి దాని మీద స్వెటర్ వేసావా? ఎండాకాలం 2 కలిపేసి కుట్టించుకున్నావా? ఏంటో చిన్మయ్, నీకు బెస్ట్ ఫ్రెండ్ ఎలా అయ్యాడు? అరే నీకు ఎలా బెస్ట్ ఫ్రెండ్ అయ్యాడు? నిక్ నేమ్ కూడా పెట్టావు చిన్ను అని. సేమ్ క్యారెక్టరా? చిన్ను అండ్ కిట్టు both are best friends for you. Where is Kittu? Hostel. What happened? Stomach pain. You did not bring breakfast today. That's why he ate something else and stomach pain came. In case 4, how much is reinvestment? Reinvestment is 10 crores. 10 crores or 10 crores, whichever is lower means 10 crores. How much is gross capital gain? 6 crores into how much is step 1? 10 crores. How much is net consideration? 10 crores. Shall we do for case 5? Nareen, how much is amount reinvested in case 5? మీరు రాసుకున్నారు కదా ఇందాక, అది చూసాక చెప్తుంది. అమౌంట్ ఏంటమ్మా? అమౌంట్ reinvested is 12 crores. 12 crores or 10 crores, whichever is lower means 10 crores. How much is gross capital gain? Into how much is step 1? 10 crores divided by net consideration 1 crore, 12 crores. So proportionately 5 crores is the exemption. Now did you understand how to calculate exemption under section 54F? Next point. Holding period of new capital asset. How much is holding period of new capital asset under section 54? 3 years, right? Lock-in period is 3 years. Here also lock-in period is 3 years. Holding period of new capital asset, it is 3 years. Next, consequence on transfer within 3 years. No, I should write with different ink. Point is changing. Under section 54, what is the consequence if new residential house property is transferred within 3 years? Earlier exemption claimed will be reduced from cost of acquisition on transfer of new residential house property. But here the treatment is different. Whatever the earlier exemption claimed is there, that is taxable as capital gains separately, and now on transfer of new residential house property, second capital gain we will calculate. Two capital gains will be calculated under section 54F. Okay. Consequence on transfer within 3 years. Earlier exemption taxable as long-term capital gain separately. Now calculate capital gains separately on transfer of new residential house property. Tenth point. Capital gains deposit scheme is available. CGDS. 11th point. Taxability of unutilized amount in capital gains deposit scheme. Exemption relating to unutilized amount in capital gains deposit scheme is taxable after expiry of time limit. Is taxable after expiry of time limit. Next, two other points are there. ఒకళ్ళు ఫ్యాన్ ఆఫ్ చేయండి. నడవడం చేయండి. Conditions for claiming సెక్షన్ 54 ఎగ్జంప్షన్. నువ్వు CMA 19 క్లాస్లో ఉండాల్సిందిరా, మామూలుగా ఉండేది కాదు. ఏం నరీన్ ఏమంటావు? ఏంటి మర్డర్ చేస్తా అంటున్నాడు? ఇలా అయితే కష్టం. నువ్వు కార్పొరేట్స్కి వెళ్తే నీకు ఉందే ఇచ్చి పడేస్తారు. మీ మేనేజర్కి నువ్వు మంచి లాఫింగ్ స్టఫ్ అవుతావు. స్ట్రెస్ బస్టరే. Two conditions are there. Condition 1, condition 2. SSE is not having more than one house property at the time of transfer other than a new house property purchased for claiming exemption. Second one, SSE has not purchased within 2 years or constructed within 3 years any house property other than the one write down like this: any house property from date of transfer other than the one purchased or constructed for claiming exemption under section 54F. For claiming exemption under section 54F. Okay, listen. See, what is combination under section 54F? Any capital asset other than residential house property to residential house property. Date of transfer. The date on which you are transferring any capital asset other than residential house property. SSE can own maximum only one residential house property. If SSE owns two house properties, then he cannot claim exemption under section 54F. SSE is having zero house property. 54F exemption is allowed. SSE is having one house property. 54F exemption is allowed. SSE is having two house properties. 54F exemption is not allowed. That means the house which you are purchasing or the house which you are constructing for claiming exemption under section 54F, ignore it. Other than the one which you are purchasing for claiming exemption under section 54F, other than that house, SSE should not be owner of more than one house property. If SSE already owns more than one house property, then SSE cannot claim exemption under section 54. Is it clear? Did you understand? If SSE is not owning more than one house property on the date of transfer of capital asset other than residential house property, then he can claim exemption under section 54F. Look, first point you need to remember is the house which is purchased or the house which is constructed for claiming exemption under section 54F, ignore that house. Ignoring that house, on the date of transfer, SSE should not own more than one house property. If SSE owns already two house properties on the date of transfer other than the one purchased for claiming exemption, then SSE is not eligible for exemption under section 54F. Is it clear? Now read condition 1, you will get clarity. SSE is not having more than one house property at the time of transfer other than a new house property purchased for claiming exemption. Shall I explain condition 2? SSE has not purchased within 2 years or constructed within 3 years any house property from date of transfer other than the one purchased or constructed for claiming exemption under section 54F. What do you mean by this? See, from date of transfer, SSE have 2 years time limit to purchase. Am I correct or not? And SSE have 3 years time limit to construction. During this time, whatever the house property that is purchased or constructed is there, that house property is eligible for exemption under section 54F. When it is eligible for exemption under section 54F, if SSE is already owning maximum one house property. If SSE is already owning two house properties, then he cannot claim exemption under section 54F. So maximum one house property, if it is owned by SSE, then exemption under section 54F is available. Once, if you claim like whatever the house property that is purchased or constructed for claiming exemption under section 54F is there, other than that house property, during this period, he should not purchase another house property. Is it clear? That means from date of transfer, 2 years time limit is there for purchase, 3 years time limit is there for construction. During that period, only one house is to be purchased. Are you able to understand? Or only one house is to be constructed. During that period, if he purchases two houses or if he constructs any another house, two houses, then 54F exemption is not available. That means in the next 2 years time limit or in the next 3 years time limit, he should only purchase or construct house property only for the purpose of claiming exemption under section 54F. If he purchases second house property during that period, then exemption under section 54F is not available. Is it clear? So during that tenure, during that period, he should only own one house property. If he owns two house properties, then exemption is not available. Okay. ఇప్పుడు సెకండ్ కండిషన్ చదవండి. Did you understand? SSC has not purchased within 3 years or constructed within 3 years any house property from date of transfer other than the one purchased or constructed for claiming exemption under section 54F. So during that period, he should purchase or construct house property only for claiming exemption under section 54F. He should not purchase or construct second house property. If he do so, exemption under section 54F is not available. Next, 10 minutes time is there. This 10 minutes time, can we do any problem? Okay, in the next 5 minutes, if you have any doubts, ask me. Look, I already have house property in Vijayawada. Today I sold gold. I want to reinvest in new house property in Guntur for claiming exemption under section 54F. Am I eligible? Yes, I am eligible. I am already having house in Vijayawada and Hyderabad, two houses. Now today I sold gold. I want to reinvest in another house in Guntur. Can I claim exemption under section 54F? No, I cannot claim exemption under section 54F. I already have one house in Vijayawada. I sold gold. I want to reinvest in house property in Guntur. Whether that reinvestment is allowed as exemption? Yes, that is allowed as exemption. Now, did you get clarity? That's it. Remaining we will see on Monday. Thank you. Bye. All the best. Bye.
Sit down. ఒక్క ఎగ్జామ్ అండ్ 4 రాస్తారా? ఒక్కరోజే కనపడలేదు. అది 50 అకౌంట్ అన్నీ రాయాలి కదా ఎగ్జామ్షన్ ఇవ్వాలంటే. సరే. సిఏ తెలుసు కదా ఎగ్జామ్షన్ రూల్స్. ఆదిత్య, సిఏ ఎగ్జామ్షన్ రూల్స్ చెప్పు. మ్మ్. 50 కౌంట్ అవుతుంది. ఫస్ట్ 3 అటెంప్ట్స్ నార్మల్ ఎగ్జామ్షనే, ఇప్పుడున్న ప్రజెంట్ స్కీమ్ ఎగ్జామ్షనే. 3 అటెంప్ట్స్ తర్వాత కూడా స్టిల్ యూ వాంట్ టు క్యారీ ఫార్వర్డ్ ద ఎగ్జామ్షన్, ఎస్ యూ కెన్ క్యారీ ఫార్వర్డ్, బట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ కౌంటెడ్ టు వాట్ 50 అండ్ రిమైనింగ్ పేపర్స్ యూ సపోజ్ టు స్కోర్ 50% స్కోర్ చేసుకోవాలి ఈచ్ పేపర్ అప్పుడు. అంటే ఇండైరెక్ట్గా వాడు ఏం చెప్తున్నాడు, క్లెయిమ్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ 3 అటెంప్ట్స్. 4th అటెంప్ట్ నుంచి క్లెయిమ్ చేయాలంటే ఇట్స్ టఫ్. క్లెయిమ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఈవెన్ దో యూ క్లెయిమ్ యూ నాట్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆదిత్య స్కోర్డ్ advanced accounts 88. I'm expecting is scoring. Advanced accounting. Okay. Law is scored 10 మార్కులు. Taxation is scored 2 marks. Total scored by Aditya is 100, right? Okay, na? So this attempt, this exemption will be carried forward for second attempt, third attempt, fourth attempt also. 3 attempts will be carried forward. Okay. Next attempt also it is counted only 88. Our next code 88. Our next code 88. 3 attempts తర్వాత this exemption become what? Lapse. Then still you want to carry forward this exemption, no? Minimum should be score what? లాలో 50 స్కోర్ చేయాలి, ట్యాక్స్లో 50 స్కోర్ చేయాలి. అప్పుడు అంటే అకౌంట్స్ విల్ బి కౌంటెడ్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ 50 మార్క్స్, బట్ రిమైనింగ్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ ఆల్సో షుడ్ స్కోర్ వాట్ 50-50. So instead of doing that system, you should what? Write all the things. No guarantee that you score law at 50, right? Tax at 50, right? Indirectly is telling that don't take exemption after 3 attempts. అన్నా ఇది ఎంత దురదృష్టం అంటే, యూ గెట్ ఎగ్జామ్షన్ స్టిల్ యూ నాట్ క్వాలిఫైడ్ 3 అటెంప్ట్స్ అంటే ఆదిత్య ఎక్కడ దునికేరా? ఎవరు ఉండరు సార్ సిస్టంలో. Nobody there after getting exemption 3 attempts varaki. No, I didn't think so. What do you say, Aditya? ఎవరు ఉండరు, ఉంటే దూకేయాలి. యా కరెక్ట్. సరే నాన్న, A7 హెడ్డింగ్ రండి. కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్స్. సిఎంఏ స్టూడెంట్స్ కంపారిటివ్లీ సిఏ స్టూడెంట్స్ బాగా చదువుతారా? క్వశ్చన్ మా, వాట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ సిఎంఏ స్టూడెంట్స్ అండ్ సిఏ స్టూడెంట్స్? దట్ బాబు షుడ్ సే. బాబు నేమ్ ఏం పేరమ్మా? సంజు. సంజు మీ పేరు? మీరు ఎక్కడైనా సిఎంఏ ఇంటర్ విచ్ బ్యాచ్ అమ్మా? సిఎంఏ 18. మీకు నేను వచ్చానా, ఏదైనా చెప్పానా? ఏం చెప్పలేదు. సిఎంఏ 19th వాళ్ళకి చెప్పాను. No, funds flow statement, comparative analysis, common size analysis. Some chapters I used to take in CMA enter also. But not all. నేను వెళ్తే బండబుద్ధులు తిట్టి వస్తానమ్మా. A to Z I scold them. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఇంటర్, ఫైనల్ కూడా అంతే ఉంటారు. ఆదిత్య బెస్ట్ అప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ బ్రెయిన్లో. నెగ్లిజెన్స్గా ఉంటారు సార్, చాలా నెగ్లిజెన్స్గా ఉంటారు. దే వోంట్ స్టడీ వెల్, దే వోంట్ పుట్ ఎఫర్ట్స్. హార్డ్లీ 5% ఉంటారేమో, 5-10% who study in that CMA. Do you know the reality of who is qualified more CMA? Who study CA? Who study exclusively CMA? For them CMA is tough. Correct? సరే ఓకే. A7 కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ సార్, ఈ ప్యాన్ ఆపేయండి సార్, మీకు అట్లే ఒక ఫైల్ పెడతాను. ఏం కావాలి ఆదిత్య? ఓకే సార్. హెడ్డింగ్ రాసాము, A7 కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. ఇది అవసరం లేదు నువ్వు, ఇదంతా ఫస్ట్ పుట్ ద హెడ్డింగ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఆఫ్ ద స్టాండర్డ్. హెడ్డింగ్ రాసారు, కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. ఫస్ట్ రాయన ఆబ్జెక్టివ్. రాయండి వర్ష, ఫ్రెండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆదిత్య. అంతేనా ఆదిత్య? కాదా? నాట్ యాక్సెప్టెడ్ ఫ్రెండ్షిప్, నాట్ యాక్సెప్టెడ్. ఆదిత్య డిడ్ యూ యాక్సెప్ట్? ఎందుకు? వై ఆదిత్య? మన హెడ్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్స్, AS7 construction contracts, AS7. Yeah, listen here. The problem with the construction contract, take into concept of Polavaram project here. Correct, no? So it take what? More than 1 year. Still 10 years since they are what, sir? Constructing. ఇది ఈ టర్మ్ అయిపోతే, ఈ గవర్నమెంట్ అయిపోతే 15th year అవుతుంది. But still construction is going on. Take into opposite building, it is take more than 1 year till they are constructing. This building will be there, no? When you people are in CA enter, that time it is started construction. Opposite, when you are that time you qualify foundation first time, still it is what? Constructed. And more than 1 year, no? You are in CA enter more than 1 year, right? Next, మరి అలాంటంటే నేను సిఏ ఫైనల్ మోర్ దెన్ 4 years. I mean 4 years I study CA inter, CA final. Inter, I'm pro, I'm topper in intermediate. I won't take much time. You want to tell that equation? మా అప్పుడు ఇట్స్ బీన్ మా క్లాస్ స్ట్రెంత్ అరౌండ్ 500 ఉంటే ఐ థింక్ 8 to 9 members ఓన్లీ గర్ల్స్. ద రిమైనింగ్ ఆల్ ఆర్ బాయ్స్ ఓన్లీ. Why Aditya, you are so celebrating? Correct, no? Sorry. Leave it here. The major problem with the construction contract is what? Contract take what, no? More than 1 year. It won't completed in within 1 year. The problem is then how to recognize contract revenue, how to recognize contract cost. Let's say you are applying, let's say there is construction company, we take into L&T. And L&T construction company constructing what, sir? Metro. Let's say for Andhra Pradesh, they are accepting metro through connecting what? Vijayawada, Guntur, Amaravati. These three they would like to be connecting. Of course, we'll go to Pidugurala, Satranapalli. That also, don't worry, we'll go to Tirur also. Okay? And you are from Guntur only. So this metro they are accepted. Okay, no. This is, I think where it is, here it is Amaravati, here it is Guntur, here it is Vijayawada. Antena? No. Are middle only, no, between Amaravati will fall under middle, right? Between Vijayawada and Guntur only, no? Neither it is Guntur nor it is Vijayawada. Amaravati is what? Between what? Guntur to Vijayawada. So they want to be construct some flyover between what? Guntur to Amaravati to Vijayawada. They want to construct metro. Do you think this metro will completed in within 1 day or 1 year? It may take several years to construct this metro. But every year L&T company what? They incur cost, right? Yes or no? So every year they need to recognize cost. And of course the contract revenue, let's say government given what, sir? Tender price is 1,000 crore. If they construct this flyover, they get revenue how much? 1,000 crores. Right? Let's say project duration is what? No, it take 3 years. The thing is 1,000 crores, when should I recognize it? How much revenue I recognized in the year 1, year 2, year 3? Sir, only if I come at the time of completing the project, if I recognize the revenue, tell me what is the consequence? Total revenue you credit to third year means first year you are incur expense, right? But you are not recognizing what? Revenue. Second year also incur expense, right? But you are not recognizing revenue. Third year you recognized what? Revenue use, right? And you are violating matching concept. You recognizing expenses but related income you are not recognizing, means you are violating what? Matching concept. Correct, no? That is the reason every year suppose you need to recognize some extent of revenue. What extent of revenue I need to recognize? That is the reason we have what? Separate standard. Standard is AS7. And the thing is, the project is take what? Any construction of project, it take what? Single year or more than 1 year? More than 1 year. The project is not completed in the single year. It take more than 1 year. The question is, every year I supposed to what? Incur the cost. But I can't recognize the revenue what? Every year. The reason is, I'll get revenue only at the time of what? Completion of the project, right? But the thing is, I can't recognize entire revenue after completion of the project. I supposed to recognize revenue for the every year. If I not recognize the revenue, what is consequences here? Every year you are booking what? Expenses, right? But you are not recognize any revenue. You report to the investor is what? Losses, right? So your losses, your EPS is what? Very low, right? Your market price will get what, sir? Decreased. So whatever profit you disclose to the investor, it's not a correct profit. Because that profit, that revenue is not earned what? Single year. You earned more than 1 financial year. So, right? So the thing is, the question is, how much revenue I should recognize to what? Each financial year. To help that, we have what? Separate standard. Objective in recognition of contract revenue. Prescribe accounting treatment in the following relations to what? Construction contract. Accounting treatment for contract revenue, contract cost, contract profit or loss. This is objective. Provide principle for what? Recognition of contract revenue, contract cost during the construction period. means how much contract revenue I should recognize in what? Each financial year. How much contract revenue cost I should recognize what? Each financial year. Who provide guidance? AS 7. Let's say take into Aditya is a construction company. Assuming we are AP government, we given project to the Aditya for 2000 crores project. The project duration is what, Nana? 4 years. And Aditya need to construct project duration enta Aditya? You have to construct 4 years, right? The question is, how much revenue should recognize to what? How much revenue should recognize to what? Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. You need guidance or not? Yes or no? For that only they design the AS 7. మన పర్పస్ ఆఫ్ స్టాండర్డ్ అర్థమైందా? ఏంటన్నా పర్పస్ ఏంటి? ప్రాజెక్ట్ డ్యూరేషన్ సింగిల్ ఇయరా, మోర్ దెన్ 1 ఇయరా? మోర్ దెన్ 1 ఇయర్. ద క్వశ్చన్ ఈస్ వాట్? రియలీ వీ డోంట్ నో వాట్ how much revenue should be recognized in each year. To guide for us, they are drafted what? Separate standard. Standard number ఎంతన్నా? AS 7. చూడండి ఒకసారి బేరాక్లో హౌ బ్యూటిఫుల్లీ దే రైట్ ద సెంటెన్సెస్. చూడండి అమ్మా ఎంత ఎంత నీట్గా రాస్తారో చూడండి సెంటెన్స్. మనకు అవసరం లేదు, ఎగ్జామ్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ కాదు, బట్ to learn subject. The objective of this standard is prescribe accounting treatment for revenue and cost associated with the construction contract. ఇదే మనం కాపీలో నోట్స్లో రాసాం, అదే కదా కాపీ చేసాం. The objective is to what nana? Prescribe accounting treatment for recognition of what nana? Contract revenue and contract cost. Because nature of activity undertaken by the construction contract, the date on which construction activity entered and the date on which when construction completed usually falls into what? Different accounting periods. Therefore, the primary issue in accounting for construction contract is allocation of contract revenue, contract cost to the accounting periods in which construction work is performed. So the standard is recognition criteria established in framework for preparation and presentation of finance statement to determine when that contract revenue, contract cost should be recognized as a revenue and expenses. Revenue and expenses. So in the statement of profit and loss, that also provide practical application on the application criteria. See how beautifully they tell that the purpose of the standard. The major purpose of the standard, you know, when contract starts and contracts end, it falls more than one accounting period. Correct, no? The major problem is what? Tell me, what is the major problem? Major problem is what now? How much contract cost should be recognized? How much contract revenue should be recognized? Who provide recognition criteria guidance? AS 7. That's it. Ardhamainda why this standard AS 7? Yes or no? Yeah. Right now, objective. It provide principles for recognition of contract revenue and contract cost during the accounting, during the construction period. Problem entama? Construction entered, construction completed. When construction starts, construction end, it take what? More than one accounting period. Last time also 7 marks question from AS 7, 7, match చేశాడు. First question AS 7. మీరు అటెంప్ట్ చేస్తారా? యు ఆర్ కేపబుల్ టు రైట్ AS 7 ఇన్ ఎగ్జామ్? No, why? మీరు చేశారా A7? మంచి పని సార్, సాంప్రదాయం. హ్మ్. 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 సరే, ఈసారన్నా చదువుతారా మరి? నువ్వు చదవందైతే పాస్ అవ్వమ్మా. యాహ్! ఆదిత్య నువ్వు? గ్రూప్ 2 సీరియస్‌గా చదివావు. ఎక్కడ స్టడీ అవర్ ఎక్కడ తీసుకున్నావు? ఏం చేస్తున్నావు నవ్వకపోతే? చెప్పాడా? ఆదిత్య ఏం చేస్తున్నావు పాస్ అవ్వకపోతే? వెయిట్. ఏం చేస్తావు అవ్వకపోతే? కొడతాను రే! ఉరేసుకుంటాడంట. చేసుకుంటాడు వాడు. సరే, ఎగ్జామ్ రిజల్ట్ రాకపోతే ఉరేసుకుంటాడంట. వాడు మైండ్ సెట్ చూడండి సార్ ఎంత వీక్‌గా ఉంది. పాస్ అవుతావులే. పాస్ అవ్వకపోయినా మాత్రాన భయపడాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఫైట్ చేయాలి. నరేంద్ర మోడీ ఏమన్నా సీఏ క్వాలిఫైడా? ఈస్ ద పీఎం టుడే. ముఖేష్ అంబానీ ఏమన్నా సీఏనా? ఈస్ ద రిచెస్ట్ పర్సన్. కరెక్ట్ నో? సో రిమెంబర్ దట్. పిచ్చి పిచ్చి చేతలు ఏం చేయొద్దు. యూ సపోజ్ టు బి స్టడీ. నేను కూడా చెప్పాలా నేనేమన్నా సీఏనా ఏంటని? ఆ? లేదు, నేను సీఏనే సార్. ఆ, సరే సార్. చెప్పండి. ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటన్నా? కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఈస్ వాట్? లాంగ్ టర్మ్ ఇన్ నేచర్. ఇట్ టేక్ వాట్? మోర్ దెన్ 1 year. సో దేర్ ఫర్ ద ఛాలెంజింగ్ ఏంటమ్మా? రికగ్నిషన్ ఆఫ్ contract revenue and cost for every year over a construction period. How much contract revenue should be recognized? How much contract cost should be recognized in each year? ఇది రైట్ అన్న. కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాట్ ఇది ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ఉఫ్ పెట్టండి. మీన్స్ ఓన్లీ ఫర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్. అంత మీనింగ్ ఉందా? నో నీడ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జామ్ అని అక్కడ. ఓన్లీ ఫర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ రాయండి అమ్మా. కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్స్ ఆర్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ ఇన్ నేచర్. Challenge is recognition of contract revenue and cost every year over a construction period. Over construction period. Sir, ఇది just try to understand. Simple chapter here. Recognition of contract cost, contract revenue. This chapter comes to an end. How much contract cost should be recognized? How much contract revenue should be recognized? The major issue is what, sir? When you start the construction, when you end the construction, it will take what? More than one accounting period. So each accounting period, how much contract cost should be recognized? How much contract revenue should be recognized? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Scope right now. Heading scope. Aditya friends. Scope. వినండి అన్న. ఆదిత్య, సిఏ ఆదిత్య. చిన్మయ్. ఓకే అమ్మా, ఓకే. ఎస్, వినండి అన్న. యా, వినండి. కార్తిక్ లేడు కదా మధ్యలో. ఓకే. సి, రైట్, ఆదిత్య ఈస్ అ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కంపెనీ. Correct, no? Chinmay entered contract with what, sir? Construction in what? Odisha. You are from Odisha. Yeah, he's from Odisha. Correct, no? He given project to the Aditya because we know, right? Aditya is a brilliant, is a architect, is having good knowledge on construction. Correct, no? Yeah, listen. Aditya, you want to construct a building to what, sir? Chinmay. Because Aditya is a builder. Now, one words, Aditya, we call it as a contractor. The person who undertake the construction project, we call it as contractor. The client, we call it as a contractee. Now, client we call it as contractee. This standard is applicable in the books of contractor. This standard is does not applicable in the books of contract. Of course, contract it is asset. You are entering into construction contract to construct a building. Building for you it is a asset. Whatever money you paid to what? Construction company, that you capitalized in your books, added to cost of asset, right? Yes, sir. So that is in a book law applicable అయ్యేది ఏంటి మరి? కాంట్రాక్ట్ బుక్ లో ఏస్ 10 అప్లికేబుల్ అవుతుంది. ద అప్లికేబుల్ స్టాండర్డ్ ఈస్ ఏస్ 10. వాట్ ఈస్ ఏస్ 10 అన్న? పీపీ, నీకు అది పీపీ, ప్రాపర్టీ ప్లాంట్ అండ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్. అంటే దిస్ ఈస్ స్టాండర్డ్ ఈస్ అప్లికేబుల్ ఇన్ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ కాంట్రాక్టర్, నాట్ ఇన్ ద బుక్స్ ఆఫ్ కాంట్రాక్టీ. కాంట్రాక్టీ మీన్స్ వాట్ అన్న? టు హూమ్ వీఆర్ కన్స్ట్రక్టింగ్. సో ఫర్ హిమ్ ఈజ్ అసెట్. For us, it is our principal business, right? Construction itself, our business. Whatever money you generate out of it, it is revenue from operation. Revenue from operation means money generated from your principal business activity. Therefore, what I would like to say, the standard is applicable only in the books of contractor, not in the books of contractor. Take into practical example, L&T constructed flyovers, railway flyovers. For what? Telangana government. Telangana government, you call it as a contractee. L&T company, you call it as a contractor. Recent times lo Bhogapuram airport near Visakhapatnam, big international airport they are constructing. Correct, no? The work is going on for AP government. The GMR, the construction is undertaken by GMR construction company. The GMR is contractor and that Bhogapuram airport is what? Contractee. See, let's say recent times lo Ayodhya constructed in what? UP. Right? Intam area. యూపీలో అయోధ్యనే, నేమ్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ అయోధ్య, రామ్ మందిర్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేశారు కదా. ఎగ్జాక్ట్ లొకేషన్ అంటున్నారా? అయోధ్యలో ఎక్కడ అంటున్నారా? హూ కన్స్ట్రక్టెడ్ దట్ మందిర్, ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ యూర్ టెలింగ్. ఎవరు కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేశారు సార్? ఎలాంటియేనా? నో, డివిజన్ చేశారు. ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ టేకెన్ బై సమ్ అదర్ కంపెనీ. మొత్తం ప్రాజెక్ట్ని దే డివైడ్ ఇన్ టు పార్ట్స్. పార్కింగ్ టేకెన్ బై సమ్ వన్, టెంపుల్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ టేకెన్ సమ్ వన్. Correct, no? Do you know how they are constructed that mandir? Through what? Donations only. Still they save in donations. Throughout India, people donated to what? Ram Mandir construction. Mandir construction. So who is the owner of that mandir? Central government, yeah? The owner is central government. The example, they constructed L&T. Okay, take it L&T. L&T is what? Contractor. Ram Mandir construct చేసింది for AP, central government, no? Central government is what? Contractee. Who pay revenue to whom, sir? Central government will pay money to what? L&T. Correct, no? That is revenue to what? Do you think that mandir construction is completed in 1 year? No, it take more than 1 financial year. I mean to say, in construction contract, there is involvement of 2 parties. One is contractor, other one is contractee. Contractor it is a what? No. Applicable standard is AS7. Contracting it is asset, right? Applicable standard is AS10. Okay, na? Write this scope, no? AS7 applicable in the financial statement of contractor. No, before writing scope, there is 2 parties in construction contract. You draw this diagram? No, don't copyright result. Aditya, you look like you only. కొంచెం ఉన్నాడంటమ్మా. వాడు ఏ యాంగిల్లో నీలాగా ఉన్నాడు రా? తలకాయ is my best friend. No. in construction contract, right now, two parties in construction contract. Who is Nana? Contractor. Other one is contractee. Construction company ni to whom we are constructing. Constructing anandama. To whom we are constructing, or simple చెప్పాలంటే we call it as what అన్న? Client, right? ఇది construction company. AS7 applicable in the books of contractor. Okay, AS7 applicable in the books of contractor. Now what about client? For him it is asset, right? For him is asset. Tell me your applicable accounting standard. AS10. PP. Now మనం discussion only in the books of what? Contractor. Okay. Nothing we study in the books of contracting. But contracting we have separate standard, right? That is AS10. Okay. Aditya, you preparing amalgamation completed? Practice the sums. Very good. Next. Definition right now. Definition. Contract definition అన్న. Construction contract definition. ఒకసారి చూడండి అన్న. Who is this ఆదిత్య? మీరేనా? అట్లే చదువుతావు నువ్వు? You study like that only? You keep hand like that? Okay. సరేనా? Construction contract. A contract for construction of single asset or group of asset which is closely interrelated or include. అందులో ఉన్న ఇంపార్టెంట్ కోర్ మొత్తం తీసేసి దే విల్ పుట్ దిస్ అమ్మా. చూడండి, కాంట్రాక్ట్ construction contract is a contract which is specifically negotiated for a construction of asset or combination of asset which are closely interrelated or interdependent in terms of design, technology, function and ultimate use. That is called what, sir? Construction contract. Construction contract is a contract which is specifically negotiated. What do you mean by specifically negotiated? We enter separate contract with that asset. Specifically negotiated means we talk about terms and contract, terms and conditions, right? Let's say Tejaswini wants to construct the building in, you are from Pedurala or Satyanapalli? Satyanapalli. Tejaswini wants to construct some big building in Satyanapalli. Let's say builder is Aditya. She given that project to the Aditya. Do you think there is a terms and condition between Aditya and Tejaswini or no terms and conditions? Definitely there is terms and conditions. What kind of terms and condition in between them? How చెప్తుంది Aditya, I need building like this. What? I need a 5 floors building. Each floor I need what? Let's say 3 plots. Each plot should be what? 5 rooms will be there. 3 should be bedrooms. 1 should be hall. Another should be what? Kitchen. She's having some idea or not? Yes or no? She given some design. She given some technology. No, I need like this. Correct? No? There is a... Arey yaar. There is a terms and condition between that contractor and contractee, right? That is called what, no? Specifically negotiated. Means whenever you enter contract with what government, correct? No, there is a terms and condition between you. So total ఎన్ని ఫ్లోర్స్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయాలి, ఈచ్ ఫ్లోర్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి, there is separate negotiation will be there, specifically negotiated for construction of asset, single asset or combination of asset. Take into Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, take into Ram Mandir construction, they specifically entered contract with what? L&T, right? Indian government entered the contract with that, right? Construction mandir ku okarto enter ayyaru, some architect, different architect company. Construction of the parking area ki okar contract enter ayyaru, correct? No? And construction of the canteen over there, ivanni not related to temple. See, the people will come, large amount of people over there, they need what? Parking area, right? So for car parking, two-wheeler parking separate, four-wheeler parking separate. Again, they need to construct for the parking. There should be a garden area in the temple, correct? No? Then canteen in the temple, that all will be there. They enter separate contract for what? Each asset. And they're also required airport, right? The people may come from outside India or within India linch kuda, from long distance people come through what flight. We need airport for, right? For airport also what? They are entered separate contract. And the surrounded needed roads, right? Yes or no? That roads also they will enter what, sir? Separate contract. These many contracts entered for construction of the Ayodhya temple. Correct? No? See, all contracts are closely interrelated and interdependent contracts. One contract is depends on another contract. That is called interrelated contract. See, contract which is specifically negotiated means we talked separate about terms and conditions for construction of asset or combination of asset which are closely interrelated or interdependent. Interrelated means one contract is depends on another contract, right? In terms of their design, technology, function, ultimate use. See, we are constructing the single asset ankondi, right? Dam, building, road, flyover, right? Bridge, ఇవన్నీ సింగిల్ అసెట్స్. అదే కాంబినేషన్ అసెట్స్ అంటే ఏంటమ్మా? ఆయిల్ రిఫైనరీ, సిమెంట్ ప్లాంట్, స్టీల్ ప్లాంట్, ఎయిర్పోర్ట్. This is the enter contract with what, sir? Combination of assets. I mean to say, we may enter construction contract for construction of the single asset or construction of the combination of asset. What do you mean by combination of asset? No, ఏమైందమ్మా చెప్పండి ఒకసారి. ఏం చెప్తున్నాను చెప్పండి అన్న. సరే, construction contract is a contract, nana, which is specifically what? Specifically negotiated. What do you mean by specifically negotiated, sir? We entered separate separate contract for each asset. We entered separate contract for each asset, that you call it as what? Specifically negotiated. All these assets are what? Maybe interrelated or interdependent. And one asset may be having related to what? Another asset, or one asset is depends on another asset. Okay, so this is called what, sir? Interrelated or interdependent. Specifically negotiated means what, nana? Every contract is what? Independent. Sorry, visualize cheyano. Do you know process costing system chadivaru kada? No, CA inter costing, we have process costing, right? How process costing is works, sir? One process completion, then become what? Next process. The next process to what, sir? Another process. Then finally we produced what? Finished good. What I would like to say, at the time of constructing, right now all is automation. Nobody doing what? Manual manufacturing concern. So every entity, take into Thumbs Up, Coca-Cola, every company, sir, every industry, even Parle-G biscuit also, there is no involvement of human intervention. The complete it is automation. Through this automation, it has to come to one process to other process, right? Yes or no? Let's say example here. In a process costing, one process 1 ka output is what? Process 2 ki input. Process 2 output is what? Process 3 ki input. Maybe process 3 produced what? Finished product. Same way, let's say biscuit manufacturing. Tell me, what is the process of biscuit? Again, maida. Biscuit is to maida, sugar, all those things, they will flavor, right? Correct? Now you see that social media also, how biscuit are ready. Correct? No, take some plants will be do what? Maida process. Then maida will be cut into what? Designing pots. Then they're giving what? Coloring. A maida ki color ester. That you are eating no biscuit. Then that become what? Next దేనేంటమ్మా షుగర్ టెస్ట్ ఉంటుంది. దెన్ గో టు వాట్ దెన్ లాస్ట్ పీస్ వాట్ ప్యాకింగ్కి వెళ్ళిపోద్ది. లేబులింగ్ అండ్ ప్యాకింగ్ విల్ బీ హ్యాపెన్ అట్ లాస్ట్ స్టేజ్. అంటే వన్ ప్రాసెస్ నుంచి గో టు వాట్ అనదర్ ప్రాసెస్, రైట్? అంటే ఇప్పుడు కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయాలంటే ప్లాంట్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది? డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ వన్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కంప్లీట్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఇంకో లెట్స్ సే టు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ ద బిస్కెట్ టోటల్ 4 స్టేజెస్. స్టేజ్ 1 నుంచి ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తుంది? స్టేజ్ 2. స్టేజ్ 2 నుంచి స్టేజ్ 3. స్టేజ్ 3 నుంచి స్టేజ్ 4. దెన్ ఫైనలీ వి డూ వాట్? ప్యాకింగ్. ఫస్టే ప్యాకింగ్ సెషన్ రెడీ చేయం కదా. లైక్ నౌ సిఏ టెల్ మీ నాన్న, ద సిఏ ఈజ్ ఇంటర్ రిలేటెడ్, రైట్? ఆర్ ఇంటర్ డిపెండెంట్. యూ కెన్ కంప్లీట్ ఓన్లీ వన్ ప్రాసెస్, యూ గో టు వాట్? అనదర్ లెవెల్. Once you complete the foundation, then you go to what? Enter get completed, then you go to what? Final get completed, you become finished good. Correct? No? These are interrelated or interdependent. One is depends on what? Another. Same construction also. One asset construction is depends on what? Another construction of the asset. This is called closely. Those assets may be independent assets, or assets may be what? Interdependent and interrelated assets. మనం కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఏదర్ ఇండివిజువల్ అసెట్ అయినా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదా అంటే మోర్ దెన్ వన్ అసెట్ అయినా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. అసెట్స్ ఎలా ఉండొచ్చు? మేబీ ఇంటర్ రిలేటెడ్ ఆర్ ఇంటర్ డిపెండెంట్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద డిజైన్, టెక్నాలజీ, ఫంక్షన్, ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. చెప్పాదిత్య, చదవద్దు ఒకసారి. అంటే ఏనన్నా? వేసుకున్నాను, నీకు సెట్ అవ్వదు. నువ్వు వేసుకుంటావు. ఆ డోర్ దీనికి అలా అంత తప్పితే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే చెప్పిన నిజం చేస్తారు. బట్ యువర్ మదర్ ఎట్లా మాట్లాడతావు? మదర్కి ఎవరున్నారు? ఒక్కడవే, రైట్? నువ్వు ఎంత షార్ప్ ఉండాలి. రాయండి అమ్మా. ఏమైందమ్మా? మీరున్నా అంటున్నారా? ఏది నేనున్నా అని చెప్పు అంటుందా? ఎవరు? చూడు ఉన్నారు. ఆదిత్య నీకేమన్నా అవుతే బతకదంటావట. నువ్వు చాలా అదృష్టవంతుడు ఆదిత్య. హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నావు ఇప్పుడు? ఇప్పుడు హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాడంట. చెప్పు ఆదిత్య, ఐఎమ్ ఫీలింగ్ సో హ్యాపీ అని చెప్పు. కొంచెం కొంచెం కూడా లేదా? కొంచెమా? కొంచెం. నువ్వు ఎలా చూస్తావు నాన్న లోపల డ్యాన్స్ చేస్తాడని చెప్తున్నావు? రైట్ ఆదిత్య. I can't even imagine this batch without Aditya. ఏదైనా ఈ బ్యాచ్‌లో హ్యాపీనెస్ నాకుంది అంటే కేవలం అది ఆదిత్య మాత్రమే. యెస్. అయిపోయిందమ్మా? యాహ్! స్పెసిఫికల్లీ నెగోషియేటెడ్ మీన్స్ వాట్ నాన్న? ఎంటర్డ్ సెపరేట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఫర్ ఈచ్ అసెట్. అన్ అసెట్ ఆర్ కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్ అంటే అన్ అసెట్ మీన్స్ సింగిల్ అసెట్. డ్యామ్ 10 కాదది డ్యామ్. బిల్డింగ్, రోడ్, ఫ్లైఓవర్, బ్రిడ్జ్. Combination of assets ante oil refinery. Do you know oil refinery? One process to send to what? Another, we take crude oil we do process, we go to next stage, then again next. It is what become diesel, petrol, kerosene, dambar. Thar, instead of dambar, we call it as thar. Same cement also. Cement plant, steel plant, airport. రాయండి చిన్మయ్. చెప్పను డెఫినేషన్. Construction contract is a contract which specifically negotiated. Specifically negotiated means what? Separate contract. నెగోషియేట్ చేయడం కాదు, ఎవ్రీ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఈజ్ అ ఇండిపెండెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. స్పెసిఫికలీ నెగోషియేటెడ్ మీన్స్ ఎవ్రీ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఈజ్ ఇండిపెండెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. స్పెసిఫికలీ నెగోషియేటెడ్ మీన్స్ ఎవ్రీ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఈజ్ ఇండిపెండెంట్ కాంట్రాక్ట్. మనం ఒకసారి డెఫినేషన్ రికలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాను. వెదర్ మే ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఫర్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద సింగిల్ అసెట్ ఆర్ కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ ఏ క్లాస్ అమ్మా ఇమ్మీడియట్? సార్ ఒకసారి డెఫినేషన్ చెప్పినాను. కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఈజ్ అ కాంట్రాక్ట్. అవసరం లేదు ఎగ్జామ్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ, బట్ ఐ షుడ్ నో వెదర్ వీ ఎంటర్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఆఫ్ ద సింగిల్ అసెట్స్ ఆర్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్స్, కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్స్. కాంబినేషన్ మీన్స్ వన్ అసెట్ రిలేటెడ్ టు వాట్ అనదర్ అసెట్. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏంటి? ప్రాసెస్ కాస్టింగ్. ఆయిల్ రిఫైనరీ సిస్టమ్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది నాన్న? వన్ ప్రాసెస్ టు అనదర్ ప్రాసెస్, కరెక్ట్ నో? వన్ స్టేజ్ టు అనదర్ స్టేజ్ వెళ్తుంది. వీ డోంట్ నీడ్ డెఫినేషన్, బట్ ట్రై టు రిమెంబర్. ఓకే, హౌ మెనీ పార్టీస్ ఇన్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ కాంట్రాక్ట్? Contractor. This standard is applicable in the books of contractor. The main goal is what, sir? How much contract revenue should recognized? Contract cost should be recognized. Sare.
Sir, read the CRD 3, sir. Read the CRD 3. Sir, following is the balance sheet of Messrs. Competent Limited as on 31st March 2011. Sir, shareholders funds, share capital, reserves and surplus, non-current liabilities, long-term borrowings, current liabilities, other current liabilities, assets, non-current assets, PPE, current assets, other current assets. Sir, they have given details in notes to accounts, and the company wants to buy back 25,000 equity shares of rupees 10 each on 1st April 2011 at rupees 20 per share. Sir, buyback of shares is duly authorized by its articles and a necessary resolution passed by the company towards this. Sir, actually, for buyback, it must be there must be a provision in articles of association. A special resolution must be passed by the shareholders in general meeting. Sir, every formalities completed, sir. All formalities have been completed. So the company finally decided to how many number of equity shares? The company finally decided to buy back how many number of equity shares? 25,000 equity shares. So the payment for buyback of shares will be made by the company out of sufficient bank balance available as part of current assets. Sir, buyback of shares will be made by the company out of sufficient bank balance available as a part of current assets. Sir, in this problem, they have given only current assets information. See, current assets. Sir, this current assets includes. Sir, normally current assets includes. మీరు ఆన్సర్లు చెప్పాలి సార్. మీరు అలా ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్స్ ఇస్తే కుదరదండి. Please give answers. Current assets includes inventory, trade receivable, cash and cash equivalent. So buyback made out of sufficient bank balances, which is as a part of current assets. Okay. Sir, they said that they're saying that we have sufficient bank balances to buy back equity shares. See, finally, comment with your calculations whether the buyback of shares by company is within the provisions of the Companies Act 2013. If yes, pass necessary journal entries towards buyback of shares and prepare the balance sheet after buyback of shares. Sir, already company has taken a decision and passed the necessary resolutions and everything completed, sir. But they asked us to comment with your calculations. Comment with your calculations whether buyback of shares by company is within the provisions of Companies Act or not. If yes, pass necessary journal entries and prepare new balance sheet. Sir, to check whether the decision of the company is within the provisions of Companies Act or not, to know that we need to calculate three steps. We need to calculate three tests. What are the three tests? Shares outstanding test, resource test, debt equity ratio test. And after calculation of these three tests, the company will buy back only least of the three options. Company will buy back only least of the three options. All of you understood, sir. But however, company decided to buy back how many number of equity shares? So now we need to check if it is within the provisions of Companies Act or not, for which we need to calculate three steps. What are the three steps? What is the first step? Shares outstanding test. Sir, tell me, as per the given balance sheet, number of equity shares. Sir, 12,50,000 is share capital in shares of rupees 10 each. Sir, tell me number of equity shares. Sir, first we have to calculate shares outstanding test. Number of shares outstanding, write down 12,50,000 rupees divided by 10 is equal to number of equity shares 1 lakh. One lakh 25,000 shares. Sir, 25% of shares outstanding means 1,25,000 equity shares into 25%. 31,250 equity shares. Sir, according to shares outstanding test, the maximum buyback of equity shares is 31,000 But whereas the company decided to buy back only, sir, according to shares outstanding test, the decision of the company is correct. Sir, now the next test, resource test. Sir, to calculate maximum buyback of shares under this method, first we need to calculate shareholders funds. Sir, shareholders funds also known as equity, also known as present equity. Shareholder fund or equity or present equity. Sir, shareholders funds means paid up capital plus free reserves. Sir, in this problem we have only paid up equity, paid up capital. How much is the equity paid up capital? 12 lakh 50,000. So paid up capital 12 lakh 50,000 plus free reserves. Sir, what are the free reserves they have given in the problem, sir? See the free reserves. Reserves and surplus, securities premium, P&L account, revenue reserve. Sir, all these are taken as a free reserves. Sir, total of free reserves 15 lakhs, 2 lakh 50, 1 lakh 25. Tell me total of these three. 18 lakhs 75,000. So paid up capital plus free reserves is equal to shareholders funds how much? 31 lakh 25,000 is the shareholder fund. Sir, according to resource test, maximum buyback value should be 25% of shareholder fund. 25% of, see, 25% of shareholder fund means 25% of 31 lakh 25,000. How much is that? 7 lakh 81,250. Sir, this is the maximum buyback value. This is maximum, sir, buyback value in rupees, but we need to calculate the number of shares. Sir, to calculate the number of, sir, this is the buyback value. This is the buyback value. Sir, to calculate the number of shares, buyback value by offer price for buyback. Buyback value, sir, buyback price how much? 20 rupees. Buyback price 20 na? Then maximum buyback of shares, number of shares that can be bought back is 7,81,250 divided by 20. 7,81,250 divided by 20. 39,003. 39,062, 63 or otherwise. Sir, according to resource test, the maximum buyback of shares is 39,063, but the company decided to buy back only. So this test also satisfies the company's decision. Sir, because according to this test, maximum buyback of shares is 39,063, but whereas the company decided to buy back only 25,000 equity shares, therefore this test also satisfies the decision of the company, right? The third test, debt equity ratio test. Sir, this test we need to discuss very carefully, sir. Debt means outside debt. Debt means outside debt. Whether it is short term or long term, whether it is secured or unsecured. Debt refers to outside debt, whether it is short term debt or long term debt, whether it is secured or unsecured. So first we have to consider debt. Sir, as per the information in the problem, See, debt we have long-term borrowings. This is the debt. That is 14% debentures and unsecured loans. And current liabilities also. Sir, long-term borrowing is a debt and current liability is also a debt. Just now I have given what is the meaning of the debt. Debt refers to outside debt. Any amounts payable to outsiders is called a debt. Debt, whether it is a short term or long term, means non-current liability or it is a current liability. See, non-current liability we have long-term borrowing 28 lakh 75,000. That is also a debt. Current liability we have 16 lakh 50,000. That is also debt. So therefore total debt value 28 lakh 75,000 plus 16 lakh 50,000. Tell me total debt value 45 lakhs 25,000. That is the debt. Sir, according to debt equity ratio test, after buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. After buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Listen very, very, very carefully. After buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Sir, this discussion is only suitable only when the buyback is made only out of free reserves. Sir, whatever the discussion now whatever the matter we are discussing right now, this is only applicable only when buyback is made out of free reserves. All of you understood, Andy? Say yes or no. If entire buyback is made out of proceeds of fresh issue of preference shares, then this is the present discussion is not required. Present discussion is not required. So this discussion is required only when buyback is made out of free reserves. Sir, as per our present discussions, tell me total debt value how much? 28 lakh 75,000 plus 16 lakh 50,000. So total debt how much? 45 lakhs 25,000. That is the debt. Sir, equity refers to shareholders funds. Equity refers to shareholders funds. Sir, shareholders funds means paid up capital plus free reserves. Paid up capital plus free reserves. See, when this should be 2:1. Sir, this is the debt. Equity. Sir, equity 1, debt 2, equity should be 1. Then tell me equity value should be half of debt value. Tell me half of debt value. 45 lakhs 25,000 divided by 2. 22 lakhs 62,000. Sir, this is the equity after buyback. Sir, present equity value just now we have calculated. Sir, how much is the present equity value? How much is the present equity value? 31 lakh 25,000. Of which minimum equity to be maintained to satisfy debt equity ratio test as 2:1. How much equity is to be maintained as minimum equity? 22 lakh 62,000. But present equity how much? 31 lakh. So the out of this 31 lakh 25,000 minimum, eliminate minimum equity to be maintained after buyback to satisfy debt equity ratio test as 2:1. Now tell me how much is the balance of equity? So 31 lakh 25,000 minus 31 lakh 25,000 minus 22 lakh 62,500. 8 lakh 62,500 is the maximum permitted buyback. Maximum permitted buyback. Sir, this is a simple theory, sir. But this is not suitable. Our ICAI has given a detailed and lengthy explanation, and this is not a correct way to calculate the maximum buyback value. Sir, actually, according to satisfy debt equity ratio test, listen very carefully. In this problem, our debt is 45 lakh 25,000. Sir, after buyback, the debt equity ratio should be 2:1. Sir, our debt is 45 lakhs 25,000. So therefore, equity should be half of that value, that is 22 lakh 62,500. But our present equity is 31 lakh 25,000. Out of that 31 lakh 25,000, minimum equity to be maintained to satisfy debt equity ratio as 2:1 is 22 lakh 62,500. Now the remaining equity can be bought back. The remaining equity value something like 8 lakhs. 8 lakh 62,000. That is maximum permitted buyback. Sir, if you want to calculate the number of shares, how to calculate the number of shares? Maximum permitted buyback value by buyback price. Then you will get the number of shares to bought back. The number of shares to bought back. All of you understood or not, Andy? But our ICAI is not agreed with this simple discussion. Why? Because, sir, I told you one point 2 times. I repeated one point. If buyback is made out of free reserves only, this discussion has an important. If the buyback is made out of proceeds of fresh issue of shares, this discussion is not necessary. See, and for that reason, in this problem, there is no fresh issue of preference shares. Say yes or no. Which means the entire buyback is made out of free reserves. And one more important point. Sir, in case of buyback, the nominal value of buyback out of free reserves, the nominal value of buyback out of free reserves must be transferred to CRR. And CRR is used for only for the purpose of issuing fully paid bonus shares. Hence, CRR is not a free reserve. CRR is not a, because dividend is not distributed out of CRR. So as per the argument of ICAI, the nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR, of course it is a part of shareholder fund, but it is not a free reserve. Therefore, to calculate maximum permitted buyback, we have to eliminate the nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR from present equity. We need to eliminate the nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR is also to be eliminated from present equity. Sir, this is the argument of ICAI. Or otherwise, what is the formula to calculate maximum permitted buyback? Present equity minus minimum equity to be maintained is equal to maximum permitted buyback. Say yes or no. All of you understood? Present equity minus minimum equity to be maintained to satisfy debt equity ratio as 2:1 is equal to maximum permitted buyback. But as per ICAI, the nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR is only available for the issue of fully paid bonus shares. And this CRR balance is not available for distribution of dividend. Hence, it is not a free reserve. What is the meaning of free reserve? The reserve which is otherwise available for distribution of dividend. But the CRR is not available for distribution of dividend. Hence, it will not be taken as free reserve. Therefore, to calculate future equity after buyback, future equity and maximum permitted buyback. First we have to eliminate, first we have to take present equity minus, first immediately you have to eliminate nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR. Why CRR is to be eliminated first? CRR, of course, it is a part of shareholder fund, but it is not a free reserve. So for that purpose, we need to eliminate that one. So first present equity minus nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR minus minimum equity to be maintained after buyback is equal to, you will get maximum permitted buyback. All of you understood this or not, Andy? Have you any doubts, sir? Sir, if this litigation is not there, then what maximum permitted buyback we will calculate? Simple, sir. What is the formula, sir? Present equity minus minimum equity to be maintained is equal to maximum permitted buyback. But as per the ICAI arguments, CRR, the nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR is not a free reserve. Therefore, eliminate that one also from present equity. So, present equity minus nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR minus minimum equity to be maintained after buyback to satisfy debt equity ratio test as 2:1 is equal to maximum permitted buyback. All of you understood this or not, Andy? Sir, this is equation 1. Sir, in this equation, we will know per present equity and minimum equity also we will know, but we don't know two values. Nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR we don't know is equal to maximum permitted buyback also we don't know. Why it is not known, sir? Because nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR we don't know exactly. Therefore, maximum permitted buyback also we don't know. Therefore, we need to assume these two. These two we need to assume. So, assume nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR as X and maximum permitted buyback as Y. All of you understood? Tell me, sir. Sir, what is the present, our equation, sir? First, if there is IC argument is not there, then how to calculate maximum permitted buyback? What is the simple present equity minus minimum equity to be maintained is equal to maximum permitted buyback. But as per the arguments of ICAI, how to calculate maximum permitted buyback? Present equity minus nominal value of buyback transferred to CRR minus minimum equity minus minimum equity is equal to maximum permitted buyback. In this present equity information, definitely we will have that information in the problem, and minimum equity information also we can calculate, because half of the debt value should be minimum equity. That information also we can calculate. But two informations are not known. What are they? Nominal value of buyback and maximum permitted buyback. Then assume nominal value of buyback as X and maximum permitted buyback as Y. All of you understood, sir? See, that is the first equation. Listen very carefully, sir. Equation 1. Sir, first we need to make two assumptions. What is the first assumption, sir? Let assume nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR as X. So this is one assumption. And second assumption is maximum permitted maximum permitted buyback is equal to y. Okay, sir, now equation 1. Present equity minus nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR minus minimum equity to be maintained is equal to, you will get maximum permitted buyback. Okay na sir? Sir, all of you understood this or not? Right. Sir, now tell me, sir, in this present equity information we have, and minimum equity information also we have, but we don't know nominal value of buyback and maximum permitted buyback. Therefore, we need to assume. So, nominal value of buyback is assumed as X and maximum permitted buyback is Y. Now, tell me present equity value. Sir, in resource test we have calculated present equity is nothing but shareholder fund. 31 lakh. So 31 lakh 25,000 minus nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR X minus minimum equity should be half of total debt. 22 lakh 62,500 is equal to Y. So now 31 lakh 25,000 minus 22 lakh 62,500. 8 lakh 62,500 minus X is equal to Y. Sir, this is the equation 1. Sir, have you any doubts, Andy? Sir, in equation 1, we will, by using this equation, we can calculate maximum permitted buyback. Say yes or no. By using equation 1, we can calculate maximum permitted buyback. Sir, after ascertaining maximum permitted buyback, you can calculate the number of equity shares to bought back. Then if you calculate the number of equity shares to bought back, you can easily calculate the nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR. Sir, now we are going to calculate equation 2. Equation 2. Just listen first, sir. After that, you can write down this point. Sir, by equation 1, we are going to calculate the first one, sir. What is the point? Maximum permitted buyback. Sir, by using that, maximum permitted buyback by offer price for buyback, offer price for buyback. Sir, by this calculation, you will get maximum permitted buyback value by offer price for buyback is equal to, you will get number of shares that can be bought back. And by using that number of shares, you can calculate nominal value of shares buyback transferred to CRR. How you can calculate, sir? How will you calculate the nominal value? Sir, by using this formula, you can listen only, don't write. Sir, by using this, you can calculate number of shares bought back. Number of shares bought back. So to know the nominal value of shares buyback transferred to CRR, number of shares bought back into nominal value. Yes or no? All of you understood, sir? Sir, by using equation 1, we can calculate maximum permitted buyback. Sir, and by using this maximum permitted buyback value, you can calculate number of shares bought back. How? Maximum permitted buyback by offer price for buyback. Then you will get number of shares bought back. So number of shares bought back into nominal value. Then you will get nominal value of shares buyback transferred to CRR. Okay. Sir, they simplified this equation by eliminating this one, sir. By eliminating this one. See, what is the equation as per ICAI they have given? Maximum permitted buyback by offer price for buyback into nominal value. Because the value of this is equal to number of shares buyback into nominal value. So they skipped this one, sir. So they have given the formula like this: maximum permitted buyback by offer price for buyback into nominal value. Because the value of this is equal to number of shares buyback. All of you understood, sir? The value of this is equal to number of shares buyback. Sir, this information skipped by ICAI, because however the value of this is equal to this one number of shares. All of you understood? Have you any doubts, Andy? So equation 2, what is equation 2? Maximum permitted buyback by offer price for buyback into nominal value. Because the value of this is equal to number of shares buyback into nominal value. Then number of shares buyback into nominal value is equal to nominal value of shares buyback transferred to CRR you will get. All of you understood this or not, Andy? Have you any doubts, Andy? So the equation 2 as per ICAI is equal to offer price for buyback Sir, the value of this is equal to number of shares buyback. To know the nominal value of shares buyback, multiply this value with nominal value. Nominal value. All of you understood, sir? See, finally equation 2 is this value is equal to number of shares buyback into nominal value. You will get number of shares buyback into nominal value is equal to nominal value of buyback. Nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR. Understood, all of you, sir? This is equation 2. This is equation 2. Have you any doubts, Andy? Right. Sir, in equation 2, maximum permitted buyback we have assumed as Y. We assumed it as Y. By offer price for buyback 20 is equal to nominal value of buyback transfer to CRR. We assumed it as X. Say yes or no? Sir, if it is X by 1 and if you cross multiply this, 20x is equal to y, or y is equal to 20x, whatever it is. 20x is equal to y. Sir, already we have y value. Y is equal to 8,62,500 minus x. Therefore, 8,62,500 minus sorry 20x is equal to 8,62,500 minus x. Sir, 20x is equal to y, yeah? Yes or no? 20x is equal to y value into nominal, sir, into nominal value, ఇది 10, ఇది x కాదుగా, sorry. So y by 20 into nominal value 10 is equal to x. Okay, right. Then 10 ones and 10 twos. Then so y by 2x is equal to y. 2x is equal to y. 2x is equal to y means already we have y value. 2x is equal to y. Sir, y value 8,62,500 minus x. Then 3x is equal to 8,62,500. Therefore, x is equal to 8,62,500 divided by 3 is equal to 2 lakh. What is this 2,87,500 x value? What is x? Nominal value of shares buyback transferred to CRR. Okay. Sir, now we need to calculate maximum permitted buyback. Already we have x value. By using this, you can calculate y value. Sir, by using this same equation, 2x is equal to y. By using this, you can calculate maximum permitted buyback. So 2 into 2,87,500 is equal to 5 lakh. Sir, what is this 5,75,000 y value? What is y? Maximum permitted buyback. Sir, if you want to calculate the number of shares, so number of shares, therefore number of shares is equal to buyback value. How much? 5,75,000 divided by offer price for buyback. Offer price for buyback 20 is equal to 28,750 equity shares. So according to debt equity ratio test, the maximum number of shares that can be bought back is 28,750, but the company decided to buy back only. Sir, now we have 3 tests. We have calculated 3 tests. As per shares outstanding test, maximum number of shares that can be bought back 31,250. As per resource test 39,063. As per debt equity ratio test 28,000. Sir, after calculation of these 3 tests, the company can go for the company can buy back least of the 3. So tell me the least of the 3. 28,000. Even the company decide to buy back only. So which is less than maximum buyback according to 3 tests. Therefore, hence the company's decision is within the provisions of Companies Act. Now tell me, the company can go for buyback 25,000 equity shares. All of you understood this or not, Andy? Have you any doubts, sir? Right. But the simple calculation of debt equity ratio is how to calculate maximum permitted buyback if simply calculation. Present equity minus minimum equity to be maintained is equal to maximum permitted buyback. But ICA has given a huge paragraph. If you have enough time, then read that huge paragraph, or otherwise I will show you in online. And in the next class I will show that. In next class we will record all this information. Sir, have you any doubts in this, Sunday? Now you are satisfied that equity ratio test, right? Applicable only when buyback is made out of free reserves only. Our I specified that point very clearly. If buyback is made out of fresh issue of shares, then this discussion is not required. Clear?
Okay, ma'am. So now we are going to start with the tax invoice, debit note, and credit notes, ma'am. In that, the first one is, registration. మనం చూస్తుంది అయ్యో సర్లే ఏదో ఒకటి ఏదైనా అదేగా ఏం జరుగుతుందిరా ఏరా మొన్నటిదాకా ఒకళ్ళే అనుకున్నాను, ఒకడికి బుట్టి ఇద్దరికి బుట్టి అర్ధరాత్రి అందరికీ బుట్టిందని సామెతలాగా. సర్లే ఓకే మా. సో నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్ ఈజ్ వీ నీడ్ టు డిస్కస్ ఈజ్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ మా. In this particular registration, we are going to discuss only 4 sections ma. In our crash batch, 22, 24, 27, 29. You are going to discuss only these 4 sections. The rest of the sections you need to study on your own ma. 22, 23, 24, 27, 29. These are the sections we are going to discuss in our crash batch because they are the most important ones. Okay, first we'll start with 22. What is the importance of obtaining registration under GST? So what is the importance of obtaining registration under GST? Ma? That means why a person will get the registration generally. So if at all you got a registration, then automatically law recognizes you as a taxable person. And you are having every authority to collect the tax. You are having the authority to collect the tax from the recipient. And in the same way, you can claim the ITC. So all these points are the advantages what you will get when you get the registration. First point, law recognizes you as a legal person. Second one, you can collect the tax from the recipient. Third one, you can get the ITC also. These are the 3 advantages that are there under this registration. If at all any person will get registration, simply will get 3 advantages. First one, he is a legal person. Second one, he can collect the tax from the recipient. Third one, ITC can be claimed. These are the 3 advantages after getting the registration you will have. Next one. What is the possibility of obtaining centralized registration under GST? What is meant by centralized registration first of all? In how many number of states you are having the place of business, a single RC is sufficient. In how many number of states you are having the place of business, single RC registration certificate is sufficient. In GST this will works. Answer is no. Because with respect to our GST, in how many number of states we are having the place of business, that many number of RCs you are required to take. Therefore, there is no concept of centralized registration under our GST. Simply number of states is equal to number of RCs. Next, third point. If a person has a multiple place of businesses in a state, how many registrations you need to obtain under GST? If a person has a multiple place of businesses in a state, how many registrations is required to obtain under GST? What is your answer? As long as all the place of businesses are there in one state, single RC is sufficient. As long as all the place of businesses are there in one state, whether they are doing the same business or different businesses, it does not matter. But all the place of businesses are there in one state, single RC is sufficient. But one separate RC was taken, then they are deemed to be separate persons, then automatically it is a deemed supply as per our supply chapter. Next one. Is registration under GST required for each type of tax? That means, let's say, masterminds in AP, Telangana, 2 states is required to take the registration. In AP, what is the registration has got? Is it CGST registration or SGST registration? What can be your answer? Is it CGST or SGST registration in AP? GST registration. There is no concept of tax specific registration. That is the question here. There is no tax specific registration under our GST, whether it may be CGST, SGST, IGST, or whatever the GST it is. Only one registration will be there. Registration under GST is not tax specific. Okay. Next one. Which sections and rules? Okay, generally, what are the sections that deal with registration? 22 to 30, and rules are not required to be remembered. Okay. And definitions. With respect to the definitions, when you need to study on your own, but I will tell you only GST number. With respect to GST number, how many digits will be there, ma? 15 digits. In those 15 digits, first two will resemble the state code, and the next 10 PAN number, next 2 entity code, last one is a random number checksum digit that is generated by the computer. Total these 15 digits will be termed as GST identification number. Whereas with respect to mastermind's receipt also, if you observe, it will starts with some 37 or something. 37 is the AP state code. After that, the word A will start. Next 10 digits is the mastermind's PAN number. I think it will be 02 here. Guntur, if you observe the receipt, Hyderabad will be 1, I think so. 02 will be the here. And the last one is, I think, Z or something. I can't remember that. On mastermind's receipts, you can observe that particular number. Receipts will be not on book, receipts, ma. I think material, it will not be there, ma. Yeah, on the receipt you can observe. No, GST number will be there, ma. No, I'm not talking about GST amount. Mastermind GST number, yes, it will be there. 37A or something it will starts with. It will be there. Generally, it will be there. See, 37 is there na on the receipt. That after that starts with A or something na. From A to 10 letters, it will be mastermind's PAN number. After that, 02 or something will be there na. 05. Some 02 or some last ones. H2Z. H2Z8. That means, okay, 37 A CUP M 0570 H2Z8. See, this is 2. That is the point I'm saying about. And whereas with respect to Hyderabad, it will be 1. And this will be a random number. It may be 8 or 10. It does not have any meaning. It is some computer processing related checksum digit. Okay. This is called total 15 digits is called as GST identification number. Once you got the registration, definitely you will get a GST identification number. Okay. Now I am proceeding to our topic. This is section 22. Before proceeding to 22, my definitions you need to study on your own. Except definitions, any doubt in topic 1, please read the topic 1 once. Any doubts are there, you can ask me, ma. Plus, first read the topic 1. I told you every point that is there in topic 1, but read it. Any sentence or any point you're having any doubt, you can ask me. Yes, ma, is it completed, ma, topic number 1? Okay, ma, the next one will be topic number 3, that is section 22. So what does section 22 deals with, ma? Persons liable for registration. General first question, who is liable for registration? Every supplier of the goods is required to obtain the registration in the state from where he is making a taxable supply if his aggregate turnover exceeds a specified limit. Sir, what is that specified limit? With respect to MMDN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, when you are required to take the registration, ma, when your turnover exceeds 10 lakhs, then automatically you are required to take the registration. Okay, sir. That means this 10 lakhs limit is applicable with respect to goods, or is it applicable with respect to services? What can be your answer? With respect to MMTN, 10 lakhs limit is with respect to goods or with respect to service? Both. Whether it is goods or service, in both cases the limit of 10 lakhs will be applicable. Whereas with respect to t-shirt of Sampu, T Sampu, Telangana, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Puducherry, Uttarakhand. With respect to these six states, what is the limit for registration, ma? Whether it is a supply of the good or a supply of service, the registration will be 20 lakhs. But whereas with respect to remaining places, T-shirt of Sampu means Sampurnish Babu. This means the brother of Mahesh Babu. Mr. Sampu. And Sampu is there in class also. Mr. Sampu. Fine. So T-shirt of Sampu, that one. T means, that was there in the material I am talking about. T means Telangana. Okay, S means Sikkim. A means Arunachal Pradesh. M means Meghalaya. P means Puducherry. U means Uttarakhand. With respect to these 6 states, what is the limit that is applicable, ma? 20 lakhs. Next one. With respect to other states, if at all you are engaged exclusively in the goods and those goods are notified goods. What are those notified goods? Same as in composition scheme. Ice cream, pan masala, ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, continuation, aerated water, building bricks, fly ash bricks, roofing tiles. With respect to them, what is the position, ma? That if the aggregate turnover exceeds 10 crores, you are required to take the registration. With respect to other cases, if your turnover exceeds 40 lakhs, you are required to take the registration. And if it all you are a supplier of service, then what is the limit, ma? 20. Take the example of AP. In AP, you are a supplier of ice cream. Then what is the registration limit? In AP, you are a supplier of ice cream. In that case, what is the registration limit? 40 lakhs or 20 lakhs? 20. Because if any exception applicable to such person, these are the exceptions. See, compulsory registration, okay, ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, etc. we discussed. Okay, if at all you are a manufacturer of ice cream, then automatically what is the registration limit for you? 20 lakhs. Other than ice cream, let's say for example is manufacturing tables. With respect to them, what is the registration limit then? In Andhra Pradesh, 40 lakhs. In AP, what is the registration limit for masterminds? What is the registration limit for masterminds? Masterminds is a supplier of service. Therefore, what is the limit, ma? 20. If it all is making goods plus service both, then is making supply of the goods as well as supply of service both. In that case, what is the limit that will be applicable? 20, whichever is lower. Okay, ma'am. And exceptions, compulsory registration, and second point already completed. Next one. Persons engaged in making intrastate supplies in these states, already we completed this one. Because for them, separate limits will be there. That means other than their money. Person who opted for voluntary registration. What is meant by this voluntary registration, ma? Even though he is not required to take registration either as per section 22, normal registration, or as per section 24, compulsory registration. But still, he got his RC. Then that fellow is known as voluntary registered person. For him, no registration limits will be applicable. He is liable to pay the GST from the day one he got the registration. Even though his turnover limits does not exceed, but still he is required to pay the GST. For him, the limits will not be applicable. Okay. Next note point. A person shall not be considered to be engaged exclusively in the goods, even if he is engaged in exempted supply of services by way of deposits, etc. What is its meaning, ma? What is its meaning? In simple terms, what we can say regarding it? I don't know, it's not black money. The point is simple. Already while discussing about interest, we discussed 2 points. Interest on credit card taxable. All other interest incomes are exempted. I think you remember that sentence. Interest on credit card only taxable. All other interest incomes are exempted. While, say, if at all you are a supplier of the goods, 40 lakhs limit. Supplier of service, 20 lakhs limit. Here, making deposit in the bank. Say every business person will deposit the money in the bank. Na? By depositing the money in the bank, he will get interest. Na? Interest comes under supply of service. Na? Then automatically the limit will be reduced to 20. Na? Then there is no use of giving you 40 there. That's why government come up with a solution. Okay, if at all you are having service element because of exempted interest only, then we will consider you only as a supplier of the goods and we will not consider you as a supplier of service. That is what this point is all about. But ఏంటమ్మా చెప్పేది అక్కడ ఒక బిజినెస్ పర్సన్ ప్రతి బిజినెస్ పర్సన్ కూడా బ్యాంకులో డబ్బులు డిపాజిట్ చేసుకుంటాడు. ఆ బ్యాంకులో మనీ డిపాజిట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ వస్తుంది. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అంటే సప్లై ఆఫ్ సర్వీస్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ప్రతి ఒక్క బిజినెస్ పర్సన్ ఇండైరెక్ట్గా సప్లై ఆఫ్ సర్వీస్ చేస్తున్నట్టేగా. ఆటోమేటిక్గా లిమిట్ 40 కాకుండా 20కి వచ్చేస్తుందిగా. అలా రాకుండా ఉండడం కోసం ఏం చేస్తారు మన వాళ్ళు, గవర్నమెంట్ ఒక సొల్యూషన్ చెప్పింది. నీ సప్లై ఆఫ్ సర్వీస్ అనే కాలంలో ఓన్లీ ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ మాత్రమే ఉంటే we will consider you as exclusive supplier of the goods only. You will not be treated as making any supply of service. That is what the sentence is all about. Okay, ma'am? Next one. Sir, I am having a place of business in AP. Another place of business is there in Mizoram. I am making supply of the goods. What is the registration limit there? I am having one place of business in AP, another place of business in Mizoram. In that case, what is the registration limit that will be applicable to me? Whichever is lower. That means one place of business in special category state, another place of business in normal state. In that case, automatically the limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs for all his branches. That means Mizoram 10 lakhs, AP 40 lakhs. Whichever is lower, 10 lakhs. Automatically throughout the country, his registration limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs. That is the point. And few examples are there. See, Taruna of Assam. Engaged exclusively in supply of shoes. That means supply of the goods. What is the aggregate turnover? The aggregate turnover is 22. With respect to Assam, what is the limit for goods, ma? 40. That's why I wrote applicable threshold limit for registration 40. Is he liable for registration or not liable for registration? No, not liable for registration. Next, he is supplying pan masala. Then what is the registration limit? 20. What is his turnover? 22. Liable or not liable? Liable. Next one. Exclusively in the supply of taxable services. Automatically registration limit will be 20. Yes, is required to take the registration. Both taxable goods and service, then also the limit is 20. In that case also, yes, is required to take the registration. Okay, my next one is Pradeep of Telangana. Supply of toys, 20 lakhs. Liable or not liable? Yes. Exclusive supply of ice cream, then also 20. Yes. Exclusive supply of taxable service, then also 20. Yes. In the supply of both taxable and exempted services, 17. Answer is no. Because limit was not crossed, now 20 is the limit. But his aggregate turnover is 17 only. In that case, required or not required, ma'am? Not required. Next one. Maunika of Manipur. Wow. Fine. So in this case, exclusive supply of paper. I think Manipur, what is the limit? 10 lakhs. Liable or not liable? Yes, liable. Exclusive supply of tobacco, then also 10. Yes. Supply of taxable services, 10. Yes. Both taxable and exempted. Yes. Here, what is meant by the word aggregate? Sir, just now you said that 40 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs, like that, no? So, how to compute these 40 lakhs, 20 lakhs, or 10 lakhs? The answer is simple. First, we need to find out what is the aggregate turnover. Same definition we discussed in composition scheme also. Taxable supplies plus exempted supplies plus exports plus interstate supplies minus GST minus RCM purchases. What is the amount we will get? It is known as aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover state-wise or country-wise? Country-wise will be considered, not state-wise. Country-wise turnover will be considered. That is the point. Okay. Outward supplies under reverse charge would continue to be part of aggregate turnover of supplier of such supplies. Simply RCM purchases are excluded, not RCM sales. Whether it is FCM or RCM, it is your sale. Who is paying the GST is immaterial. It is your sales turnover. That's why RCM purchases was excluded, not the RCM sales. Next one, aggregate turnover to include all branches with the same PAN throughout the country. Aggregate turnover includes the total turnover of all the branches with the same PAN. That means what is the position here? The turnover needed to be computed country-wise, not the state-wise. Next one. Value of the exports of the goods and services, exempted goods, interstate supplies to be included in the aggregate turnover. As per the definition, we know that, for example, Rohan Oils is engaged in supplying mission oil as well as petrol. Supply of petrol is not leviable to GST, but supply of mission oil is taxable. In order to determine whether Rohan Oils is liable for registration, turnover of the both supplies, non-taxable as well as taxable, would be taken into account, and the same exceeds 20 lakhs is required to take the registration. What this point is all about, while computing the aggregate turnover, not only taxable supplies, exempted supplies also includable. What is meant by exempted supplies? Three categories: nil rated supplies, 100% exempted supplies, and non-taxable supplies. What is meant by this nil rated supply? The rate specified in the Act itself is 0. It is known as nil rated supply. What is the second one? 100% exempted supplies. With respect to them, what is the position? Levy at a specified rate, but no collection will be there. Those are 100% exempted supplies. Third one, non-taxable supply. No levy at all. It is a non-taxable supply. While computing the aggregate turnover, taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies, everything will be added. If the turnover exceeds the specified limit, you are required to take the registration. In that example, mission oil is a taxable supply, petrol is a non-taxable supply. Even though petrol is a non-taxable supply, but while computing the aggregate turnover, petrol shall be includable. That is the point. Next one. Aggregate turnover to include all the supplies made by the taxable person, whether on his own or on behalf of his principals. For example, Mohini Enterprises has appointed Best Fords and Associates as its agent. All the supplies made by Bestford and Associates as an agent of Mohini Enterprises will also included in the aggregate turnover of Bestfords and Associates. That means principal to agent relation is covered under deemed supplies. Na? When any goods are sent by the principal to the agent, if the invoice is in the name of the agent, then the concept of deemed supply will be applicable. The transaction between principal and agent is a deemed supply. In that case, if at all it is a deemed supply, that sales will be included in both turnover. It will be included in principal turnover as well as it is included in agent turnover also. That is what the point is saying. Okay, if at all the transaction is covered under deemed supply concept, if the agent is covered under deemed supplies concept, then the sales made by the agent, even though it was done on behalf of the principal, still it will be included in the turnover of the agent. Based on that, we need to check whether we are required to take any registration or not. Next one. From which state a taxable person shall be required to get registered? A supplier is required to obtain the registration from each place of business in India from where he is making a taxable supply. But if at all he is making exclusive exempted supplies from that state, he is not required to take registration from that state. And he is required to take the registration only where he is having a fixed place of business. Simply take the example. In AP, I am having a restaurant. In Telangana, I am having a walk-in liquor store. My favorite one. Restaurant. That was there in AP. Okay, let's take the example. AP turnover was, let's say, restaurant turnover, let's say some 15 lakhs. No, 8 lakhs. AP, restaurant turnover, 8 lakhs. Whereas Telangana liquor turnover, 18 lakhs. In that case, what is the position? Am I required to take any registration? First question, am I required to take any registration? Restaurant, 8 lakhs. Walk-in liquor store, 18 lakhs. 1-8. Am I required to take any registration? What is the answer? Required or not required? What is aggregate turnover first of all now? 8 plus 18. So restaurant is a taxable supply, liquor is a non-taxable supply, but aggregate turnover includes both. Therefore, 8 plus 18, 26 lakhs is my aggregate turnover. In how many states am I required to take registration? In how many states am I required to take registration? In how many states we are required to take registration, ma? Only one, AP. Because from AP we are making a taxable supply, therefore we are required to take the registration. From Telangana we are making the non-taxable supply, therefore in Telangana we are not required to take any registration. From which state we are making a taxable supply, in that particular state only we are required to take the registration. From the state where we are making exclusive exempted or non-taxable supplies, we are not required to take any registration from that state. In our example, it is Telangana. Next one. Sir, if the business was sold to somebody else, then is it required to take a fresh registration or a old registration can be continued? If the business is sold to somebody else, జాగ్రత్త ఇంపార్టెంట్ అది ముందు జాగ్రత్త Sir, fine. So what is the position here regarding this? So if the business is sold to somebody else, that person can continue the business in the old name, or is he required to take the new registration? New registration is required because GST registration will be PAN based. PAN is different from person to person. That's why when the business is transferred to somebody else, you need to take the fresh registration. Same point will be applicable to amalgamation or demerger also. What is meant by amalgamation, ma? I think it is of two types, na? Amalgamation by purchase, amalgamation by merger. Amalgamation by purchase means, merger means, by merger means, ఏంటంటది? వస్తారులే. Fine. So anyway, so with respect to this point here, ma, వస్తాయి ఫ్యూచర్లో వస్తాయి ఎగ్జామ్లో చదువుతున్నాను చూసి చెప్పే ఆన్సర్లే. సో అమాల్గమేషన్ బై మెర్జర్. Regarding this point over here, amalgamation by merger, if A limited, B limited mergers, AB limited will come into scene, it is called as merger. And whereas A limited, B limited mergers, only A limited was there, it comes under purchase. So for example, milk with decoction, coffee will come into scene. It is merger. Okay. Whereas milk and water mixes, only milk is there. It comes under purchase. Where the milk is divided into them. Curd and butter, I think, in that case, it comes under demerger. Happy, yeah? Okay. So, in case of amalgamation or demerger, in case of amalgamation or demerger, in those cases, amalgamation, two companies will be involved therein. One is amalgamated company. Second one is demerger, amalgamating and amalgamated companies. In demerger, demerged company and resulting company will be there. Now the amalgamated company and the resulting company needs to take the fresh RC because companies will also have their own PAN numbers. That is the point you need to remember with respect to section 22. Please read section 22 once more. That is topic number 3. In total, read it once. Any doubts are there, you can ask me. Yes, ma'am. With respect to topic number 3, reading is over. Any doubts regarding topic number 3? Is it over, ma'am? Still anybody is looking regarding topic number 3 still? Okay, please. Is it completed, ma'am? Topic number 3? Is it over? Or still reading that? Is it over? Okay. So can I proceed to the next one then? So the next topic is, ma'am, the topic number 4. Persons liable for compulsory registration. What's the name itself here indicates? 22 says you are required to take the registration only when your turnover crosses the specified limit. But if those persons are covered under section 24, then irrespective of your turnover limit, you are required to take the compulsory registration. The turnover limits will not be applicable. Well, if any person turnover is within the above specified limits, then he no need to get registration permanently. No, there are the cases where that means even though the turnover limit was crossed, still is he required to take any registration? Even though the turnover limits were crossed, still is he required to take any registration? Yes, if at all those persons are notified under section 24. Who are those persons? First one, person making interstate taxable supplies. Here the word used is interstate taxable supply only. It does not specify whether it is a good or a service. What can be your answer? Because you read this particular topic in main batch, na? So before looking at those exceptions and all these points, what comes to your mind under section 24? Is it covered only the goods or services are also covered? Section 24 covers interstate supply of the goods only, or services are also covered under 24? Only the goods. Services were given the relaxation. Interstate supplier of service is not required to take any registration until the turnover limit crosses. See the exception. Person making interstate supply of services is not required to take registration until his turnover crosses the specified limit. And another exception, handicraft goods. Even though he is a supplier of the goods, but what he is dealing there, handicraft goods, even though the handicraft goods are sold in interstate, but still he is not required to take registration until the turnover crosses. Please remember, I am using the word 24 registration is not required, but I am not saying that he is not required registration at all. He is not required to take registration as per 24, but is required to take registration as per 22 when the limit exceeds. Handicraft goods supplier is not required to take compulsory registration, but he is required to take registration when his turnover crosses the specified limits. Next one. And such person obtained a PAN and have generated the e-way bill. That means this handicraft goods person, this point is in link with handicraft goods only, not in relation to first point. These two are a set, 2 and 3. Okay, so and such persons means handicraft goods suppliers. They should have the PAN number as per the income tax, and while supplying the goods, e-way bill is generated. I think you come across the e-way bill in chapter number 8, next one. Then, what is the monetary limit for e-way bill? 2. That means, what is the limit? If it exceeds, you are required to generate the e-way bill. Anybody remembers? What is that? 50? 50,000. Very good, Sebash. So this point, seriously, 50,000 limit, with respect to e-way bill, if at all it exceeds, the amount was exceed 50,000, definitely you are required to take the, required to generate the e-way bill. But this fellow, handicraft goods supplier, even though the value is less than 50, is compulsorily required to generate the e-way bill. If these two conditions are satisfied, he is not required to take compulsory registration. First point, he should have a PAN as per income tax, and second one, he should have generated the e-way bill while transporting the goods. If these two conditions are satisfied, that person is not required to take compulsory registration as per 24. He can take the registration as per 22. Next one is CTP. What is meant by this CTP, ma? CTP means here casual taxable person. Just like you will just set up some stalls there. That means what is meant by this CTP? He may have a fixed place of business in one state, but here in this particular state, he's making a temporary supply or is making a occasional supply. He's making a occasional supply. The state where he's making a temporary supply, in that particular state, he will be called as CTP, casual taxable person. The CTP is also required to take the compulsory registration irrespective of the limits. For example, in AP, these people are supplying on a temporary basis. Therefore, in AP, you are required to take the compulsory registration. AP, you are required to take the compulsory registration. Okay, but here also one relaxation was there. Handicraft goods. So, what is the point there in above? Handicraft goods making interstate supplies was there in above point. Here handicraft goods supplier is a CTP. Then also is not required to take compulsory registration. But what are the conditions here? PAN must be there. He should generate the e-way bill. That is the point. Next one. The persons who are required to pay tax and a reverse charge on the inward supplies, simply RCM recipient. 9 subsection 3 or 9 subsection 4. Who are the recipients that are covered under 9.3 or 9.4? Who are the recipients that are covered under 9.3 or 9.4? Those recipients are required to take compulsory registration irrespective of their turnover. Who are the recipients that are notified? Anybody remembers? Legal service, arbitral tribunal, government services, director to the company, like that. Say in the case of director to the company, who is required to take compulsory registration? Company. Who is the recipient? Director is a supplier, company is a recipient. Company is required to take the compulsory registration irrespective of its turnover. Next one. Person only engaged in making supply of services on which, so here relaxation was given to the RCM supplier. See, who is required to take compulsory registration? RCM recipient is required to take compulsory registration. Who is not required to take any registration? RCM supplier. Why ma? In RCM recipient will pay the GST na. That's why recipient is getting the registration. Therefore, exclusive RCM suppliers are not required to take any registration. Next one is NRTP. I think you know this point. Non-resident taxable person. 5 days before, they are required to take the registration even before commencement of business in the state where they are doing the occasional supplies. And next one is with respect to e-commerce. That means in the 24 only. This is 5th point in compulsory registration. Okay. And with respect to ECO, ECO was divided into here 3 points. Who is required to collect the tax at the source under section 52. That means if at all he is required to collect the TCS. Second one. Through such ECO, who is required to collect the tax? That means here we are talking about the ECO who is collecting the TCS. Second one is here, the supplier who is making the supplies through ECO. What is the difference between first box and second box? In the first box, who is required to collect the tax under section 52? Simply ECO. What the second point is talking about? The supplier who is making supplies through ECO. Take the example of Amazon. Amazon is ECO. So Amazon is covered under first box. Some sellers will supply the goods through Amazon. Those sellers will be covered under second box. First box covers ECOs. Second box covers sellers supplying through ECOs. What is the third box? Who is required to pay tax under 9.5? That means 9.5 ECOs. Who are 9.5 ECOs? Who are 9.5 ECOs? Four. Four types of ECOs are covered under 9.5. Who are they? It is not there. You need to tell. In chapter number 3, charge of GST, it was there. Transportation of passenger services like Ola, Uber. Second one, hotel accommodation like Make My Trip, Trivago. Third one is housekeeping services like plumbers, carpenters, urban company. Fourth one, and favorite one now to all of us, so food aggregators like Zomato or Swiggy. These four people are covered under 9 subsection 5. These are the three categories. First one, normal ECO. Second one, suppliers supplying through sellers supplying through ECO. Third one, 9.5 ECO. Now first see, we will see normal ECO. Normal ECOs means Amazon, Flipkart and Meesho or something is there now. All those people will comes under this point A. We will divide point A, B, C. A, normal ECO. B, suppliers or the sellers who are selling through ECO. C point, 9.5 ECO. First we will start with point A, normal ECOs. Normal ECOs like Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, those people are compulsorily required to take the registration. In the same way, 9.5 ECOs are also compulsorily required to take the registration. Whether he is a normal ECO or a 9.5 ECO, both cases definitely you are required to take the registration. Both cases you are required to take the registration. Okay. But now person supplying through ECO, that is the point here. We need to check what is supplying, goods or service. Goods or service. That means ECO of the goods will be there, ECO of service will be there. ECO of the goods, example Amazon, ECO of service, example Swiggy or Zomato. అవునా అంతే కదా Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Meesho, ECO of goods will supply the goods through them. And ECO of services, example Zomato or Swiggy. And hotel accommodations, those things also comes under services. Okay, we need to check what the supplier is doing there. Supply of the goods or supply of service. So if it all is supplying the goods, then making only intrastate supplies. That means the person, that means the seller who is supplying the goods through ECO is making only intrastate supplies. Then if aggregate turnover within the applicable limits, no need to get the registration. That means even though you are making supply of the goods through ECO, you are not required to take compulsory registration when your aggregate turnover is less than the limits. If the turnover exceeds, you are required to take the mandatory registration. In other cases, that means if at all you are making any interstate supplies, you are required to take mandatory registration. If at all you are making interstate supplies, you are required to take mandatory registration. And with respect to services, if your turnover is less than or equal to 20, that means registration limit, you have no need to get the registration. If your turnover is more than 20 or 10, it is mandatory to get the registration. So these are the points what you should remember. Okay, ma? So this is point number 5. Up to point number 5. Sorry, point number 5, read it once. Any doubts are there, you can ask me, ma. Only point number 5. Read it once. ఈవే బిల్ మనం అక్కర్లేదుగా, ట్రాన్స్పోర్టర్ ఏం జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చుగా. సప్లయర్కి ఈవే బిల్ జనరేట్ చేయాలంటే సప్లయర్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ పర్సన్ అయి ఉండాల్సిన అవసరం ఏం లేదు. రిసిపియెంట్ జిఎస్టీ నెంబర్ మీద జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు. వీళ్ళిద్దరూ అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయితే ట్రాన్స్పోర్టర్ జిఎస్టీ నెంబర్ మీద ఏం జనరేట్ చేయొచ్చు ఈవే బిల్. ట్రాన్స్పోర్టర్ అన్రిజిస్టర్డ్ అయినా కూడా జనరేట్ చేయాల్సిన ట్రాన్స్పోర్టర్ ఎప్పుడు. కాబట్టి సప్లయర్ కంపల్సరీగా రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ఉండాల్సిన అవసరమేం లేదు దాని గురించి మనకి. Is it completed, ma'am? Any doubt in point number 5 still? So can I proceed to the next one? Yes, the sixth one will be TDS deductors, ma'am. We'll have a detailed discussion on this later on. A separate chapter was there inserted. We'll have a detailed discussion on this TDS deductors. Who are they? But simply for the time being, please learn TDS deductors are required to get themselves compulsorily registered under GST. Next one, agent. Which type of agents is covered under compulsory registration? Deemed supplies. That means if the invoice is in the name of the agent, those agents are covered under compulsory registration. Next one, ISD. What is meant by the word ISD, ma? Input Service Distributor. When this, what is meant by this ISD? I told you in ITC chapter. When there is a centralized billing system or a centralized accounting system, in those cases, the total input tax credit will be accumulated at one place. But whereas output tax is needed to be paid from some other places also, in those cases, whatever the IDC that was accumulated, it will be distributed to the branches. The person who is distributing that is known as ISD, and those ISDs are also required to take compulsory registration. Okay. Next one, OIDR service providers means OTT platforms like Amazon Prime Videos, Hotstar, Netflix, those people are also required to take compulsory registration. And online money gaming, I think you know better than me, online money games. PlayStation. No, games ma, we are talking about. Game names, not the instrument I'm talking about. Some fire, what is that? Fire? Free fire. Or something, online money games, that's free game, na? Some, Rummy, yes. Rummy circle, like that. Manoda, okay. So those people. So general online money, the people who will play the online money games, definitely they are required to take the compulsory registration. This is the story. 11th one is not notifying, nothing. There in section 24, you can take a break, ma. That's it.